Good morning, folks. It is Wednesday. Let's get some deals going, huh? Let me just turn on this live on Instagram. How's everyone doing today? Looks like Platinum. Platinum, are you on here already? Pretty cool, man. Thank you for hopping on. How's everyone's week coming along so far? We got a few follow-ups to do. I'm actually setting things up right now. So let me know if you guys have any questions, any concerns, any obstacles that maybe you came across with yesterday. Drop it on the chat. Love to just have a quick chat real fast and see if I can help you guys overcome some of those obstacles. Actually, guys, I am texting one of my team members right now about creative deals. So let me bring this up to you guys, just in case you guys are working on creative deals. This is the simplest way to know whether it is a deal or not. Okay. So let me preface this with this. A lot of folks, including myself when I first started, my mind would go to the creative route because I didn't know how to negotiate the price down with the seller. Seller wants 125, it's worth 150. I need it to be at 75. I didn't know how, so listening to all the sub-2 gurus out there, hey, I'll come up to your price, Mr. Seller, as long as I have favorable terms. In my mind, I took it as I can go up to their number at any given time, okay? And so what's important there is that's the wrong way of going about it, right? Just because you can come up to their price point doesn't mean it's a good buy for an end buyer, okay? So if your mind goes to creative financing because you don't know how to negotiate or you can get the price down, that is probably one of the worst reasons why you would go on the creative financing side, okay? You may get lucky that it's a deal, and that's a good thing, right? But more often than not, it's not a deal. So how can you tell within just a few questions whether it is a good deal or not, a creative deal? So a few things. One, under 5%, right? Anything that's at 5% or lower, usually, well, not usually, but that's like the first line of defense. Okay, it's a good rate, so there may be a potential there. The second thing is the cash flow. This is very important, right? The majority of people that are buying sub-2 or seller finance deals, they do not have deep pockets like Pace Morby and other gurus out there, okay, who are willing and able to take some deals that may not be cash flowing because they're playing the long-term game of equity, and also they're buying to help offset some of their taxes. But the majority of folks don't have those problems. The majority of folks are doing the sub-2 deals and seller finance deals because it's less cash outlay for them to buy a property, and they're looking to cash flow, right? So we got to understand that first. So that being said, if the monthly payments to the seller, meaning their PITI, for some of you guys who don't know what PITI means, that's principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, okay? So principal, interest, that's pretty much their mortgage, and then taxes, insurance. So once you know what that PITI is, so let's say it's $500, okay, then that means the rent in that market, I better be able to rent that at $1,000 minimum, okay? So in other words, my rent would have to be double what my monthly payment is to the seller. When I say seller, if it's a seller finance, then obviously all that money goes to the seller, right? Because the seller is the bank. If it's a sub-2 deal, then that means the money goes to who? The bank, because there's still a mortgage on the house, right? Either way, I'm just gonna group it in as far as monthly payments to the seller, okay? So yes, so your monthly payment to the seller better be half of the rent that you can get out of it. Because if it's 75%, 80%, you're not going to cash flow. So a lot of new folks, including myself, when I first started, oh my gosh, I can rent this out for $1,000 and seller's PITI is only $7,000. Or sorry, yeah, $1,000, but seller's PITI is only $700. I am cash flowing $300. This is a deal, right? But that's not the case, because as a landlord, you would have to set some money aside for management fees, maintenance and repairs, estimated CapEx, vacancy, and uncollected rents, right? So what landlords tend to do is off of that monthly rent, 25, 26% automatically comes off, okay? So what does that mean? If you can only rent that out for $1,000, $250 already set aside for what? For all the things that I just mentioned. So that means you only have $750 left. Okay. So if the seller's PITI truly $700, then the end buyer is only cash flowing $50. But what if that PITI doesn't include HOA? What if there's HOA there? What if that PITI seller thought that included taxes, insurance, but it doesn't? That's really just their mortgage. So you got to be careful with that. And so for me, when I'm talking to a seller and I see on PropStream, oh, they have a mortgage, they bought this in 2021, they got 2.5%, 3%, boom, okay, my mind goes, maybe not completely, but maybe this would be a good creative deal. Then the second thing I look at is I look at the rent there. So looking at the rent, hey, I can rent this out for $1,500. Hey, Mr. Seller, by the way, I noticed you mentioned earlier you got this in 2021. You probably got this in the time when interest rate is like 2.53%. He's like, yeah, I got it at 2.5. So that's a good way to ask for the interest rate without asking for it, right? He's gonna agree, oh no, I got it at 2.8. That's still a hell of a deal. Great. By the way, with 2.8%, what's your monthly mortgage on that? Oh, my monthly mortgage is, only $500. Does that include taxes and insurance? Yeah, great. Now at that point, I go, it's less than 5%. I can rent it out for $1,500, and this guy's PITI is only $500. That is less than 50% of my monthly rent. That is a creative deal. So I know I kind of went off for 8 minutes here, and I know there's a live seller call session, but I've been texting my team member here, kind of training and teaching her on how to look whether it's not a deal or not. So just wanted to give you guys, or share that with you guys. So I know we have a few folks watching right now. Do you guys do creative deals? If you do, what are your thoughts with what I just said? And if you haven't done creative deals, did that help? Drop it on the chat. Really love to hear from you guys. All right, let's look at some of the comments here. Platinum chat, good morning, buddy. Let's get it. Oh, wait, are you getting that contract with St. Louis? Let's get that done. I think she said what, 25 is the most that she'll do, or 30, whatever it is. Bro, lock it up. Just know that you're most likely going to have to get a renegotiation, or you might have to cancel that. I don't know for sure because we don't have pictures and we don't know the situation. At this point, lock it up, we'll get some pictures, we'll get some feedback, and then we'll adjust and move as quickly as possible, right? I'm not one of those guys that if we have a 30-day close, I don't wait until the 20th, 25th, 29th day to close on it. At the end of the day, if I do a 30-day close within the first 7 to 14 days, we get the feedback and we adjust and we either move forward with a new negotiated price or we just cancel it. It's as simple as that. And I don't feel bad doing that because I am not tying up the seller for the whole 30 days. I pretty much tie them up for only 7 to 14 days, which is the usual typical due diligence period. Even if you were to do this, even if it was an on-market deal. Dustin, yo, awesome, man. So you're starting next Monday? Great, let's go. Dustin, have you been following me? And secondly, I gotta ask you, did you join perhaps because of me? Or at least you've been listening to me and that kind of geared you towards that way. And last but not least, the reason I'm asking is, did you, by any chance, use my link? Because it would definitely help out a lot. It'll get me a few free leads for the month. So if the answer to those questions are all yes, except for the last one, please let Justin know or Garrett, whoever signs you up within TU, because that would help out a lot. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. TJ, awesome, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. I know I kind of disappeared for a little bit, but I am back. And I'm still tinkering whether to do this, maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday versus every day. So I'll see what I can do. Really just have to focus on wholesaling and then obviously sharing what I've learned so far and paying it forward and sharing that information with you guys. So I'll definitely get the groove of things and I'll know more whether I do this daily or a couple of times out of the week. Platinum, getting it done for 30. All right, man, let's make it happen. Platinum, you got pictures. Okay, send those pictures up. What would the pictures show? Oh, gosh. I can definitely help you out with that. Platinum, if you need help, you can ask Jacob if you want. Let me know what you need, brother. Is it Rita or Rada? I'm assuming it's Rita, but do I have a team or are you one-man band? Right now, I do have I call it a pseudo team. They're all TU members. One of them wasn't a TU member, but became one. And these are also solopreneurs. They're newer, I should say. And we found a mutual benefit. I have a lot of leads. They needed reps. They needed leads. So we've got a little bit of an agreement, and I understand that they're not my acquisition managers, and I don't expect them to be with me for a long time. It's more of I can use them to make phone calls. At the same time, they can use my leads to get some reps in for them to get better. And along the way, our hope is to make some money and grow together. Perfect. Cool. All right, let's see what we can do here, guys. There is one person I do want to call right away. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to do a couple of quick follow-ups first, guys, if you don't mind, and then I'll get back into calling leads. Oh, that's right. I use my cell phone for this.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Alex, what's up, buddy? I don't know if you're still on. I see you hop on here on Instagram. If you're on, good to see you again, man.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Alfred, good morning, sir. It's Caesar. Hope all is well. Give me a call when you get this. Actually, let me look just in case you signed it. I know I sent over the agreement with you. So let me know if you have any questions. I'd like to get this thing started so I can get my guys in there, get my set of eyes in there, and move forward with this. Give me a call. Man, that was a horrible voicemail, guys. Should have a text. Let's see. All right, the other one is
Please leave your message for Amy Moffon.
Hey, Amy, good morning. Caesar here. Hope all is well. When you get a chance, give me a call back. Thank you. Bye-bye. Let me just send her a text. Rita. Are these cold call leads? Nope. I am using speed to lead, property leads, Leadzolo, and I also have my own PPC campaigns. So yes, majority of them are inbound leads. However, some lead sources, they will have, these leads, but they're actually cold called by their VAs or an AI predictive call. So technically those are cold calls, but they've been scrubbed. So it's a little bit warmer, not as cold of a cold call. If that makes sense. All right, there's a follow-up that I needed to do of this guy. Hello, is this Donnell?
Yeah, how can I help you?
Donnell, good morning. It's Caesar. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Steve. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. Thank you for asking. You and I were texting each other yesterday about your property on Canton.
I don't know which one, 632?
Not the 342. You just renovated it.
Yes,
You have it on the market for like 165, right?
yes.
Got it. So when you texted me yesterday, because you responded to my text, you said 80. Did you mean it for a different address or did you mean it for this one?
That's 6.
Okay, so is what you're saying about 80,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, I was looking at it. That's why when you said 80 and then I look, I was like, wait, this is on the market. I'm like, I have a feeling he gave me the wrong address. Yeah, no worries. So 632, you're saying is the one that you're looking to get 80K for it. So can you tell me a little bit what you got going on over there?
I'll tell you what, man. Right now, I can't talk, but the house is listed with a realtor.
The 632 as well?
Yes, yes. That's listed with a different realtor.
Oh, okay.
I could text you her number.
Yeah, I can.
She
do
can
that.
tell you more about it. She can tell you more about it than I can. So I'll text you her number, okay?
Yeah, text me her number and what's her name?
Her name is Denise.
Denise. All right, cool. You're an investor as well, right, Donnell? Are you a fixer flipper or?
I just inherited the property.
Oh, got it. Got it. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right, give her my info and then or yeah, send me her info and I'll give her a call right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. What did he say the realtor's name was? You guys remember what he said the name? Bradley, what platform are you using? What are you talking about? What platform? Are you talking about lead source or? So this guy wants $80,000 for this property that is pretty bad. He's asking way too much for this. Might as well do just a quick comp while I wait for that text message. Guys, I wish I can show you guys what I'm doing, but I can't because it will show all the addresses. Ooh, this one sold for 75. Oh, this is nicer though. Done comping in 30 seconds. Yep. All right, so I'll wait for Donnell. All right, let me call Tim. Tim is one of my guys.
Yo, sir.
Tim, my friend, you're live on YouTube, by the way. So, hey, I was just going through all the text messages. I saw your text message to Riley, out in Fort Worth.
Let me check. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she responded to you with no. What did she mean by that? Does she mean like she's no longer selling?
That's what I thought.
Okay, which is cool. So if that's what she's saying, she's no longer selling. So used a different template. You used the wrong one.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to find out what I'm going to use on that one, but
Well, it's very simple. The one that says no longer selling.
where is that? Oh, there you go. I'm trying to find that, and then I was like, all right, let me do the close and find it, but erase a couple of things. Okay, so I saw it. Okay.
Yeah. So then he'll say, "Oh, okay, great. You're no longer selling. Just curious. You change your mind? Is it on the market? Or you already sold? You know what I mean?" So
Right.
yeah. So I figured.
Text this, all right?
What's up?
I'm gonna text this again to her, just so if we get a response back, then
Yep.
who her is, all right?
Exactly. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up because I was like, oh, he probably missed or forgot about that template. So that's why I just wanted to point it out to you.
Right.
Cool, man. All right. Later.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Sissy, Linda. Oh, this guy, Martin. Let's go, William. All right. So some of you guys might ask, I know a few folks have already asked me in the past, like, how do I go about my pipeline? So I have it from like new to attempting, in progress, long-term follow-up, contract sent, or offers made, contract sent, and then contract signed, right? So I move them through those stages. And so for me, attempting is I'm still attempting the person, right? I've made at least one phone call or a text. So it goes into the attempting. If it's in progress, meaning I've already spoken with them, and now we have a follow-up call, whatever it is. Maybe I call them and they're at work. I need to call them later on again. As long as something is in progress, I put it in progress. Long-term follow-up, these guys are like oh, I'm not looking to sell anymore, or someone that's in no motivation, wrong price bucket. Pretty much long-term follow-up is anywhere outside of completely dead and me still working it. I will only dead a lead if they told me that they sold their property, meaning closed and funded, or they told me to F off, right? It's only one of those two reasons. If it's one of those two reasons, then I dead it. If it's outside of those two reasons, it's still a long-term follow-up. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is so when I'm looking at my pipeline, I go from right to left. I look at the ones that the offers that I made, right? Because those are money to be made there. So I want to make sure I keep following up and getting the contract sent and getting the contract signed. Same thing with contract sent and so forth. So I move my way down to attempting. If a new lead comes in, obviously that takes precedence. So speaking of that, a new lead did come in from a fellow TU member. So I need to upload this real quick. So if you guys don't mind, just bear with me as I upload this, and then I can go ahead and give this person a call. By the way, for some of you folks that were on yesterday, how'd you guys like Edward Luna? He's quite a bit of a closer, huh? All right, let's see.
Please leave your message for 2-1. Please leave your message for 2149.
Hey, Eric, good morning. Caesar here. I think you spoke with one of my team members about your property on Pleasant Drive out in Dallas. Give me a call when you get this. Looks like you're looking to sell this property. I am looking to buy 1 to 2 more properties out there before the month ends. So give me a call back. Thanks. So double tap, leave a voicemail. Let's send them a text message. And then I'm going to put them right in the attempting stage right away, which will trigger the first text message of my drip campaign in the next 30 minutes. And I will be calling in between. All right. Let's see if we can get more leads from property leads. By the way, leads came in last night. And I have my team calling on them. So let's see if a couple comes in today. Perfect. All right, guys, let me just grab some water. I'll be right back. Can you guys hear me right now? I think you can. All right, I got a new microphone. I'm still kind of going back and forth on this thing. Note here. Oh yes, let's go.
Hello.
Hey Angela, good morning. It's Caesar here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Do you know who I am by any chance? Did John tell you I was going to be calling?
I do. You're with Nathan, right?
Oh, I'm not with Nathan. Uh-oh. That means someone else wants to buy your property.
Yes. Also wanted to talk to me about buying my property, but he said that
Okay. Oh, maybe I do have it wrong. I'm sorry. You're Cedar.
Yeah. I spoke with John at first when John was out in Chicago helping you guys out. Maybe what, a couple of weeks ago, was it?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a lengthy conversation with him. I know he's back in Rhode Island now, and he said that you're the new point of contact.
Yeah.
So he asked me to give you a call.
Okay. Yeah, I had you mixed up. I had Isaac and Cedar in my head because he did tell me about two people calling me. But yeah.
Got it.
I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries. Well, at least now you know you're talking to the best one out of all of them.
Let's see.
We'll figure that out. You'll either love me or hate me, one or the other. So this property of yours, I know you. Is there 5 of you? It's an inheritance property, right?
Yes, it's 4 of us.
4 of you guys. Okay. Perfect. And how much are you guys looking to sell for it again?
Well, we were trying to not go under one. We were trying not to go under 120.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. You said, "Ow."
I said, "Oh." So no, I mean, I don't mind the price. It's just I buy it at its current condition, and so it just has to make sense to me as much as it has to make sense for you guys. And I understand that. I understand that not every call is a deal, so no harm, no foul on my end. If we agree on it, awesome. If not, hopefully I can share some insight with you that will help you and your siblings go through this journey of yours. That being said, I mean, I had a lengthy conversation with John, but obviously I want to hear from you. So can you tell me a little bit what you guys got going on as far as the property goes, and why are you guys looking to sell instead of keeping it? Anything and everything you can tell me, that would be great.
Sure, no problem. For one reason, we all have our own homes, and we're in different spots. Like I live in Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Right, and so my 2 brothers are one's outside of Chicago in Homewood, and the other one's he's retiring next month, so he's looking to leave the Chicago area. Period, just Illinois.
Okay.
So nobody's going to be there for that. We've even tried to see if maybe like one of our, like any of the grandkids might want it or anything, but they're all doing their thing. Our kids are grown, so we're just like. I think my mom passed away, and first it was my dad, then it was my mom. So no one was looking to stay in the home there. Mm-hmm. We're looking to keep it, because we're all like in our 60s.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know what I mean? And it's in mid-60s to on, and so we're looking like who wants to really go back and constantly do that? Everybody's retiring and trying to get comfortable, so we were looking to sell it. Plus, my mom, my dad, they needed to update some things. They didn't really update, so that means we would have to go and update to put it where we would want it to be, or anything. So to really do that, so we're just said we'll sell it, but we don't want to let it go for nothing. We don't really want it to go to the point where we just, nobody wanted it, so just let it go.
Yeah,
so we're just doing that because my mom, my mother, and my father worked very hard to get us, where we are. They put us through, Catholic schools and took out loans and refinanced the home and everything else for us. So we're looking like, well, let's clear up the estate. And if we have anything left over, a decent amount for each one of us, then that's fine.
Absolutely. I completely understand what you're saying. I mean, my parents put me through UCLA, so I get it. I did exactly the same thing. And so I understand you don't want to give it away, and you shouldn't. But also at the same time, like you mentioned, there is going to be some updating that needs to be done. So at least the numbers have to make sense because, obviously I'm a cash buyer, I'm an investor, so I'm not doing this for free. I got to make a little bit of something. Now, the good news is I'm not trying to hit a home run on any deal. I just need to make sure that I can keep my lights on and put some food on the table, right? So if I can do that and achieve your goal, then those are the type of stories I like to talk about around the barbecue with my friends. You know what I mean? And like I said, not every call is a deal. My number might not match yours and vice versa. But at least one thing I will do though before we get off the phone today is I will at least explain to you why I am where I will land. I don't know where I'm going to land yet, but I will know before the end of this call, and I'll explain to you why. And then just so that at least you know I'm not here just lowballing for the sake of lowballing. You know what I mean? I'll definitely give you an explanation. So you mentioned earlier that everyone is gone, right? No one's going to be around there. None of the grandkids want this. You guys don't want to put in any capital into it.
No.
Right. So you want to get rid of it, and because it's obviously it's going to cost you guys money if you keep it, because you'll be paying taxes on this.
Right.
Now, do you guys owe any money on this? Is there any mortgage?
Well, yeah, my mom does have a mortgage on it. It's $66,000 that's left on the house.
66,000 left on the house. Okay. And then you mentioned earlier that, if you can pay that and then have some change in your guys' pocket, there's 4 of you. So how much are you all looking to get in your pocket at the end of it all?
Well, no less than 10, like 10 a piece or something like that, because that's what I'm looking at. I'm thinking that not asking anybody to break the bank or anything like that, because of course, we know as well as anybody else what the cuffs are in the area.
Absolutely.
We grew up in that neighborhood. We were there for over 60 years. That house has been my mom's for over 60 years. So we know, and now from that point to now, and what people are selling homes for in the area. I mean, we're not saying that our house will sell for $300,000 or close to $300,000, but I know if someone puts work into it, it can sell somewhere close to it. So it's like, I'm not going to just give it away. I'm not going to look to just walk away with a couple of grand in my pocket with my brothers and sisters after all that my mom has done. So if I have to wait, I would wait. That's how I look at it. So I'm looking at no less than, 10 in each person's pocket.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I like your thought process there. So that makes complete sense. So question for you. Gosh, I lost my train of thought there. So how long ago, how long has this place been vacant for?
It's just been vacant. My mom passed away in February. She passed away February 21st.
Oh.
So with that being said, my mom, and like I said, we haven't even had time to breathe. This has been kind of like a whirlwind for us.
Yeah.
We're all out in different areas. So no one, one brother is a principal, one was a police officer, and me and my sister are up here in Connecticut. So we go there to go visit my mom, but we're not there all the time. And my brothers are so busy, they don't even have that time to, dedicate to all of that. So
absolutely.
And everybody has their own family, so it's tough. So with that being said, we're like, yeah, we gotta do something with it. And then before that, my mom had 3 heart attacks. My father was sick as well, and he passed away 5 years before my mom. So my mother was there by herself for that period of time.
Yeah.
So that's why. And during all those times, during those 10 years, they weren't able to upkeep and do a lot of things to the house. So she never put windows in there. That's another thing that has to get done, windows. What I'm saying? So it's like things that she just, it is some stuff that needs to be updated. So if somebody gets it, it's a very good starter home for someone.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, I'm so sorry for your loss. I didn't know that you guys just lost your mom this year. I personally lost my dad in 2023.
Wow.
So 2 years now, and unfortunately, I actually lost my younger brother 6 months after that. So 2023 was pretty rough in my household, let's say. But my mom, fortunately, we have changed her health. We have turned it around where she had like 7-8 medications. Now she's down to 2. Yeah. And so what's keeping her going is the fact that she has her grandkids and she lives with one of my brothers. So the grandkids are there and just giving her that new purpose in life. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly.
And my her grandkids, they're young adults now, and so they take care of her. You know, they go for walks with her. You know, one of them bought her one of those stationary bikes, like the little tiny ones that you can just put in front of your couch, and like you don't sit on a bike. It's just for pedaling, and so we told her, like, Mom, just do that every time after you eat within the first 30 minutes, and just do it for like 15, 20 minutes, as long as you can. And it's helped her with her glucose level. You know what I mean? To a point where she doesn't have to take her meds anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah.
See, and that's good because it's the role reversal thing. You know, as the parents get older, the children take over and take care of them. So that's good. That's good. And she's got the grandkids is what's going to help keep her that way. But see, unfortunately for my mom and my dad, my father was 80 when he passed away, and my mom was 85. So, you know, that my mom, she had a defibrillator. So it was at the point where the heart was failing. The only thing that was keeping her going was the defibrillator.
Yep.
We knew it was coming, you know.
Yep.
And my dad, he passed away on his birthday. The same day he came in, and the same day he went out.
Wow, look at that. What a guy.
Exactly.
He's like,
so, you know, my mom went through like a little depression there, you know, with my dad being gone, because they've been married for over 60 years. So,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, for that long as well. So it's like, you know, she didn't have any, you know, get up and go to really do anything. She was just looking at it, well, I'm going to pass it on you guys, so you guys can do what you want to do with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then she didn't want to go into a home, so she's just like, no, I want to stay here. So we had to just go with the flow with my mom, you know. She didn't want to go with the home. She wants to stay here. So we were all taking turns, like making sure she was okay, you know, coming down, going back home, coming back. So it was tiring. And so once that happened, once she did, we were like, okay, good. We're just going to get rid of the house so we can just go ahead and live our lives now, you know.
Mm-hmm. No,
So
I absolutely understand. And so, so let me ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind, and then I can definitely give you my assessment here. Right now, what is the ideal solution for you guys as far as timeline goes?
Well, this is what it is. We wanted to sell it as quickly as we could. Now, we were unfamiliar with probate and all of this stuff. Everybody kept telling us we had to go through probate. But now we're talking with a lot of different people. They're telling me you didn't really have to go through probate. Mm-hmm. The only thing we had was the house. And she didn't have a will, you know, none of that stuff. So it was like we probably could have done, like, I guess someone was telling me a bond and a little probate, you know, like you.
Yeah. Yeah, in some states it's called an affidavit of heirship. Yep. Okay.
So they would tell us we could have did that, we could have did so we didn't know, you know. So we went with a probate attorney, which he said that he could push this along because all it is the house. And so that's where we are now. And then in the midst of that, I told him, I said, I'm getting offers for the house, you know. We're talking about getting. So he said, go ahead and take, you know, whatever it is that you're thinking about taking, you know, anything comes through, pass it to me. Because I said, you know, I hear all these stories about people who will get these investors and say, yes, the price is right. When you start, they'll say they're going to pick up the closing costs, and you get there and they start nitpicking, oh, we got an inspector in, and we think this and we think that, and they start, you know, chopping down the numbers. And I said, I'm not going through that.
Exactly.
I said, you want it or you don't. You know, you see it as something you can make money with, because that is something. I'm not looking to whatever the content is in there. You can have it. You can get rid of it. You can give whomever, because we're not looking to take any of that stuff or trying to, you know, sell it and get this. It's just too much for us right now. So we're like, you can either have it or not have it. You know, whatever. How my mom left the house or whatever. That's what we're just trying to just clear it out. I mean, just clear it out from our minds. So
absolutely.
So I don't know. So the time frame, it's however, because I've heard someone say, oh yeah, you know, we can close in 2 weeks. And I don't even know how true that is. So that's why I said, when it comes to stuff like that, like even with this deal that the guy was offering us, the 120, I said, well, I'm going to turn this over. I said, do you have a profile or anything with the Better Business Bureau, or do you have a Google profile on online on anything like that, so I can check you out. Because I'm not going to get up there and go to the closing, and then you start saying no, 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 no. I said, because that's not happening. I'm not doing that. I'm handing everything over to the attorney at that point.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I
So
mean,
that's how I'm looking at it, because I'm like, I know that there are. I mean, I've been getting calls, you know, out of the woodworks, and you know, we had one guy walk through, and then he tried to lowball us, tried to tell us, "Oh, I don't even know if you guys could get 40 for it." I would offer you 45, and I looked at him and I went, "Okay."
they walked the property already, you said?
Yeah, one person walked the property because I happened to come home. I was home, and I came home to try to take, you know, just some of the stuff from my mom's memorabilia that I wanted from her. And I was there for that period of time. So when people were calling, I was like, okay, well, I'm here. If you want to come, you can come. And we have this one gentleman, I think he said his name was Dave from Chicagoland, something or other. And I said, he walked in, he's like, no, 45. Then I looked at him and I said, well, no. I mean, my brother was like, we were like, no, that's not happening. So then he came up from 45 to 60. Then he came up from 60 to 75. So I said, so then when he was asking, I said, no, we're not going to go with you. And he was just kind of like, well, why would you, you know, I want to know the reason. So I said, you went all the way from 40 and you came up to 75. That means that's where you should have started at.
That's right.
So now you want to tell me it's now, you're saying it was worse then. Because then, well, you guys don't have new windows and we have to put in windows. And he tried to quote. And again, I know you talk with John. John is a contractor. He's my boyfriend, but he's worked and he's built homes. He's done all of that. And the person was quoting us like numbers for windows, like if it was like $400 a window. Come on now. You know you're not going to put $400 windows where we live.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Not in that neighborhood.
Yes, exactly. So we're looking at him like, no, you know what? And that's when I said, absolutely not. And I said, I'm not selling my mother's house for peanuts.
Yep.
She worked too hard. And so when he came up, then finally his last offer was 80. I said, no, see, that's where you should have started at. And now you're trying to tell me, no. I said, it's a definite hard no.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm doing people as they're coming to me. If you're coming to me originally at a price that I know that maybe that's a decent amount, then I'm keeping you in my pocket. I'm like, I'm putting this person aside, I'm writing it down. But if you're coming at me and you're trying to get, and I said, we already have a mortgage on it. So I'm looking to clear the mortgage, and I'm looking to have something for my siblings to have. Now, I'm not looking to get rich, but we're looking to at least have a little something. So that's why I said, if no number is right, I said, lots of times I'm not even giving you a number. I'm saying, what are you giving me? What number are you going to give me? Because I know you did all the comps in the area and everything. So I'm looking to see what you're getting me. What price are you coming off with me first? And that's how I'm gearing, looking and that's how I'm gearing everything of what people are telling me and who I'm going with and who I'm not. And I'll just, if somebody comes with me with a low ball number, I'm like, no, don't even call me back. It's going to be a hard no. Because I'm not looking for you to cheat me out of anything. And I get it. You got to start off with something. You don't come off with 40. Don't come out with me.
Yeah. That's a little rough, I'll tell you that much. So I think this is the reason why John and I had such a great conversation. Well, I'm hoping that's what he told you, because I thought we had a great conversation. I'm sorry? Yeah, he was, because he's a contractor, right? So I was just using his number. I'm like, hey, I'll trust you on your numbers. You know what you're doing, right? And so I ran his numbers. And so here's my question for you. How much do you think I can sell it for after I get it caught up to date?
If you get it caught up to date, you'll probably be in the 200, mid 200.
Okay.
I think maybe like around 255. You'll be able to sell that for 255 because that's what. And every neighbor that was in there, I knew every neighbor on my block. I knew it when they left and how much they sold their homes for. Just recently, up until like the last person that sold their home was like 2 years ago, and not even 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And our houses in that area had went up, of course, because they're bungalows, they're historical homes over there.
Mm-hmm.
So. So I know what you can sell houses for, and I would say you would be able to get a good 255 for that house.
Got it. Okay.
Mhm.
And you looked online for that, or?
No. And actually, John did the legwork on that because we both looked. But I didn't, when we first do it, he said, well, let's look at the houses in the area. What's the comp?
Absolutely.
We did, and a lot of the homes were 275. A lot of them were sold 3 because a lot of people have been, our homes, like I said, a lot of them were finished basements and this and that. And a lot of people put dormers and things like that. Some of them didn't. Some of them kept them exactly like how mine was. And the ones that were stayed around like how my mom's house was, they were like 255.
Yep. Okay.
So I said, I hope somebody fixed that house. But that's why I said it's a good start home for someone.
Yep.
Because they would, take that house and fix it the way they want it. It's a good cookie cutter. You can definitely make it how you want it.
Absolutely. And so this house, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom.
1.5.
That's what I thought. Okay, so 3 and 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
It's just shy of 1,200 square feet,
Mm-hmm.
and it was built in 1926, I believe, right? 26.
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna have the same conversation with you as I did with John, just to get you caught up to date. So the 255, I can see why you would say that, because I do see a property on South Kenwood Avenue that sold in December of obviously December of last year, so 6 months ago. It sold for 250. That is the only house within a 0.25 mile radius that sold with a 2.5 in front of it. Now that is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, just shy of 1,200 square feet, 5,800 square foot lot. You guys are 3,750. Now this house though was built in 1952. Okay, so I can still see that 250. With that being said, and this is what I told John, and John completely understands what I mean by this because he does it living. He fixes for flippers. My goal is to be able to sell my house after I flip it or after I fix it within the first 60 days. Right? I'm in a house buying, house selling business. I'm not in a babysitting business. And so what I like to do is not only do I look at what's sold, but I'm also looking at what's on the market right now. Right? Because I have to compete with those. Is that fair? Okay.
Yeah,
So there's a property, 8325 South Dante Avenue. It's selling for $225,000 right now. It's 3 bedrooms, 3 bathroom, 2,000 square feet. This was built in 1924, brick house, just like your guys's. It's on the market for 28 days. Okay, this is literally just up the street from you guys. If you know where
is that?
South Dante Avenue, 8325. Yep. Okay. Around the corner. So another one, 1505 East 83rd. Okay.
Yep, I know where that is.
So 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom, brick house again. This one is built in 1974, so 50 years younger than yours. But this one's been on the market for 71 days.
Okay.
And then there's another one, 224. These guys are just way overpriced. I don't know why they should fire this realtor. It's been on the market for 68 days and he's selling it for 224. He's selling an as-is property as if it was rehabbed, right? So the point that I'm saying here is if I were to fix your guys' place and get it up to date, I would probably be in the 225 range because I want to be able to compete with that 3 bedroom, 3 bathroom, fully rehabbed property. You know what I mean? Because a family's going to look at it and goes, well, why will I pay $250 for a 3 and 1.5 when I can pay, $30,000 less for two extra bathroom, right? Or 1.5 extra bathroom. So you're saying 255. If we're talking December, I would 100% agree with you right off the bat. But right now, with the way the market is and how long it's taking to move the houses, I would have to say that if I were to fix this place up, I can only sell it for 225.
Okay.
right?
You
Because
said what? I'm getting ready to write it down. What did you say?
225 is what I can sell it for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just going based on what's sold and what's selling. Does that sound fair? I mean, I don't think I'm that far off from your 255.
No, you're not.
All right, so at least you know I live on Earth, right? I'm not one of these guys.
Right. So yeah.
Okay, so
you're right around in the ballpark. That's definitely it.
okay, so then the second thing that I talked to John and I asked him, I said, John, what do I need to fix here, right? He told me what he needs to fix. Let me ask you, what needs to be fixed, and how much do you think it's going to cost me?
I have no idea.
All right, so
I don't know. That's why I had John.
would you say so? Then you trust John on his numbers, at least on the. Okay, perfect. Because I use this numbers.
Okay.
I use $55,000 to $65,000 as repairs. I think he said a little bit less than that. I'm gonna have to look at my notes. I believe he said a little bit less, but he also agreed with me because I said, John, I know you're saying, and I can't remember, so please don't crucify me. You can ask John. I think he might have said 30, 40. I'm not 100% sure, but I know it's a little bit less. And all I asked John, I said, hey, John, you are a general contractor. You know, $10,000 to $20,000 easily evaporates when you're remodeling houses. So I asked him, is it fair for me to just give myself a little bit of cushion just in case you're wrong and it's going to cost me a little bit more? And John said, yeah, that's actually pretty fair because it's not like I doubled what his estimation was. I just gave myself literally $10,000 or $25,000 at the most on that. So he agreed with me on it as far as my rehab would be 55. Okay.
And I agree.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. That would probably be about right.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. No. Go for it. No. Go for it.
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it was 55, and then I gave myself a little bit of a $10,000 cushion. That's why I went from 55 to 65, somewhere around in that range. Okay. So then what I was telling John is now from that 225, I gotta subtract that. Let's just say 60,000, right? Right in the middle. So $60,000, and then from there, when I buy the property off of you, I have to pay closing costs now because that's my deal. I will pay all the closing costs. I'll buy the property as is. Okay. And then when I sell it, I would have to pay a closing cost again because now I'm the seller and I got to pay realtors. So right off the bat, that's an expense for me. So that's part of my business, right? I have to take that into consideration. So I have closing costs, which is about 7 to 8%. And then I have holding costs. And John knows this. These are any carrying costs I got to carry between now and when I sell the property, which are taxes, insurance, utilities, pretty much anything I have to carry between now and when I sell, which usually is about 6 months, right? Because it'll take me anywhere from 1 to 3 months to fix it and then another 60 days to sell it. Okay. So that's another 5 to 7%. So between those two, it's about 12 to 15% of 225. Okay. And that number is exactly $27,000. Okay. So I would have to subtract 225 minus 60 minus $27,000 from that 225. Okay. And I don't even have any profit at that point because I haven't talked about that yet. Right. And so with the way I'm looking at it is I try to do my best to get as close as possible to dollar in, dollar out. Meaning if I were to put in $60,000 of rehab, I'd like to get $60,000 of profit just to be able to keep my lights on. Okay. If I can hit anywhere, even if I go below that, as long as I'm above 20%, then I'm okay with, right? And I know you probably don't care about all of this, but this is just how I run my business. And this is how the numbers work for me. Okay. And so that being said, if I'm getting $60,000, putting $6,000 in there, I'm okay making anywhere from 40 to 50,000. So I don't necessarily need to have dollar for dollar. So because of that, what I was telling John is I felt really comfortable at the 80 mark. At the $80,000 mark, I can make this happen. I can close on this by the end of the month. Today's the 4th. I can close on it by the end of the month or sooner, pretty much as soon as title clears. And that's really where I would have to be, like in the 80s range.
Okay. All right. That's fair to say. Okay. But we were looking for a little bit more. That's what I'm just going to be honest with you, because I'm looking at, like I said, at least for us to get a little something out of it. I mean, because I know that there is a possibility that we can. I mean, it's a proven fact with, like, this guy came with us, and then there's other people that's been coming with us with 90, 95, but this 120 was the one that my brother had said. He said, I'm looking to, he said 100, he said 120, he said, or, you know, he said somewhere in that range. He said even lower. He said, but I'm not looking to give it away. He said, we need to at least come out of something with this. He said, I would not want to just, he said, unless something drastically happens and something crashes, and we could only clear it out and not come out with anything. That's what he said. And I said, you know what? I agree with you. I totally agree.
Yeah, absolutely. So
my numbers.
So with your numbers, you need to be at 106 is what you're saying, because you guys owe 66,000 and you want 10,000 a piece, right? So that's 40,000.
Exactly.
So
and that's what I'm looking at. No less than anything like that. That's how I understand it. I said, if somebody comes anywhere close and we come out to where we're at that point, I'm good.
Gotcha.
Like I said,
absolutely.
We're not looking to rich. We're just looking to just make sure each one of us has a little something.
Absolutely. And I completely respect that. And so if that's the case, maybe you might want to take that $120,000 offer, because that gets you. So I was going to ask, why haven't you guys taken that yet?
Well, the only reason we haven't was because that was late last night that we settled it. It was later in the evening, and I told that gentleman, I said, look, I said, I'm going to hand everything over to my attorney. And I texted my attorney last in the evening, and he said, absolutely, he'll look at it today and get back to me. So that was the thing he was going to do.
You guys haven't signed a contract yet, right? I hope I didn't waste your time or my time.
This contract.
Okay.
That was it. We weren't doing anything. And he thought he had sent me I said, you did not send me a contract. You sent me ledgers. You sent me, other things, but you did not send me a contract.
Got it. Okay. So this is where I'm just going to be fully transparent with you. That's something where maybe, well, here's the thing. I mean, even John made a comment on this. Like a lot of times people send out ledgers, agreements, whatever it may be, and then they never hit the finish line. And here's the thing. Right now, once again, I'm going to use John's numbers, and I think we all agree that 225 is a pretty fair after repair value for me. If I pay you $120,000, my all-in number, Angela, my all-in number is $212,000, and I can only sell it for $225,000. So what I'm trying to say is, would you, or do you see anyone in their right frame of mind would risk $212,000, shy of $250,000, just to earn $13,000?
That's what I was saying, and that's why you know what? When he gave it to me and he said that, he came with that offer. I didn't ask him. That's what he offered, and I said, "Hey," I said, "that sounds great to me." So with that being said, I said, "I don't take anything for face value." And I told him, I said, "Well, you want to do this?" He was like, "Yeah. What do you need from me?" I said, "I need everything. Give me." I said, and that's when I asked him about him having a anything on the Better Beats, because I said I wanted to look them up.
Yep.
See how they do business and what people are saying about them. So when he said, "Yes, we are," I said, "Okay." I said, "That's fine. I'm going to look you up," and because again, this was later in the evening yesterday, and I said, "I'm going to look you up. I'm going to do all these things." So when when he said he had sent me over a contract, I'm like, "No, I don't see a contract. I see this, and this." I instantly called my attorney, and I told him, I said, "You want to check him out?" I said, "Because if it's legit, and I said, and the contract is right," I said, "because he didn't send me a contract. See if he send me the contract, and I'll forward it to him." But if he doesn't send me one, then the little whatever he offered that to me, it's null and void because again, I don't care. I will sit here and wait. My mother paid her mortgage on time, so I know that we have at least some months to go before they even think about a foreclosure or anything. So I'm like, I will sit and wait if I have to wait, and if I have to come out even, I will. And it's not a big deal.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to just, like I said, I'm not going to just let it be anything.
Absolutely, and I understand that, and I think by now, hopefully, I've shown you that I'm pretty fair as far as assessing the situation. So here's the thing: that the 80,000 obviously would be like an ideal, perfect work for me, right? And that's where I started with John as well. And at the end of the day, I told John, I said, John, I'm okay to come up, but the most that I can come up would be 90, okay, and just 90 because anything over that, it's too much of a risk for a very little return. And so I can come up with 90, and I actually sent him an agreement. So I'm better than the other guy. I sent John an agreement. I just emailed it to him. But my agreement was for $90,000. And so at 90, I am very confident with that because I trust John's judgment. That being said, even though I do trust, I will still verify. So I will send my guys in there to confirm. And as long as all those repairs are around that 55 range, 55, 65, I am very confident I can close on this in 2 weeks, the absolute worst by the end of the month. But I would have to be at 90, and I know it's not 106, but I believe that's right in the middle between where I started and where you guys are. And I'd love for you to meet me in the middle like peanut butter and jelly.
Well, you know what? We'll see because I got a couple of $90,000 and $85,000 offers, so we'll have to see which one we're thinking. Oh, that phone is right in my ear, but I can definitely check and see. And again, because that's something that I have to go with my brothers and sisters with and see which one they say too as well, because they have a say in it too.
100%. Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, what would make you guys go with me over the others?
Well, for me, it's all about a feeling. You could be the person over there that could be the one that I should have went with, but if I'm not feeling, or if I get anything that's making me feel not comfortable about it, I'm not going with it. I don't care. That's just like the guy that offered us 40. I instantly said, absolutely not. And I said, well, thank you for your time. And then he was still trying to talk. I was like, no. And then as he kept coming, I said, no. And they were just like, Angie, but I said, no, the feeling is not right. I said, and I told him, I said, you should have came with me with that from the beginning and worked. We could have worked. If you came with something higher, I said, even if it was the amount more than what I told you my mother's mortgage was for, I said, you probably would have stood a chance, but you don't now. And that's what it is. It's a feeling. I mean, because all of you guys could be the same. You know what I mean? I have to feel comfortable with what I'm going with. And then, and in my heart of hearts, because I told him, I said, I know Mom would die if we did that because she would be flipping in her grave because she had said to me, I would love for you all to keep it. But if you don't keep it, she said, I would love for you guys to split it 4 ways and be able to have, something to look back on and say, well, you feel good about it. She said, and it's a feeling that you would need to have. And I agree with her. I totally agree. And that's how I work off. I work off of a good feeling, off of my gut. So, that's what I was doing. That's why I said, even with this person that gave us that offer, my gut wasn't feeling the greatest, but I said, my brother was the one that kept saying, I said, you sure? I said, because always the most of me that's going to go through. I said, I've been hearing all these stories that, you can do that or you don't have to, and, go through probate, you can. And then, some people were saying, oh, you can get the guy with the good price, but yet they could, get you at the closing. I mean, I've been hearing all these different things. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm glad you guys are telling me this. But I'm really going to go with what I felt. And when this guy told me he sent a contract and I didn't see a contract that he emailed me, I said, there's no contract. And that's when I called my attorney. I said, well, I'm going to let you look at it. you tell me, but this is what my brother was looking at. And he liked the price, but price ain't always right. So that's why I said, I'm waiting for my attorney to call me back. He hasn't called me back yet. So I said, that might not be it. You know, so.
Well, shoot, I better send you my agreement so you can send it to your attorney, take a look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely will.
Well, probably has it. And yeah, he probably has it and was going to send it to me because he definitely told me you were going to call me, and there was another gentleman named Charles, and he gave me those two. He said Caesar and Charles. I said, you sure it wasn't Isaac? I kept saying that to him too.
Yeah.
Nathan and Isaac, but yeah. So you're the one.
Well, let me ask you. I do have one more question for you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I mean, you said it's all about feeling for it. I mean, so far we've had a pretty good conversation. I mean, what's your feelings towards me? Because I don't want to chase you if there's nothing to chase. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I would like to buy your guys' house. I've got a lot of partners out there. We like buying out there. You know, but at the end of the day, I don't necessarily need to buy your house, right? There are other houses to buy as well.
I don't have a bad feeling, Caesar, with you because you know what? You were pretty honest. And these numbers that you're talking about, see, me and John, we had talked about it because I said before we took the trip to Chicago to go pick up a couple of things, he said, well, what are you guys planning on doing? And so my brothers were like, John, we want you to take the point because since you're the general contractor, and he's been in the family for over 8 years. So he was like, he said, I know your mom. He said, and I know what things are selling for. He said, I'm going to look at the comps in the area. I'm going to look. He said, and when I come there, I'm going to be even better to, go around and check, and which he did. And he was telling us, he said, yeah. He said, I think that this is what it is. And that's what he told me. And I said, okay. The numbers he came up with, I said, all right. And I said, all I'm looking for is just for all of us to just get a little something. I would like that. I mean, and that's it. And he said, well, I think that's doable. He said, he said, anybody that says it's not, he said, then you can just leave them in the background. He said,
tell them to kick rocks.
Exactly. So that's what he basically said. He said, tell them to go kick those.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I was going with as well because, and I said, he's exactly on the money with how I was feeling. And my brothers and them were saying the same thing. And then he said, okay, so if we get an offer for 120, because my brother kept saying 120 or less. And he said, if you get one, but he said, by all means, take it and run. Same thing my attorney said. If you get one, take it and run, but we have to weed it out and see how it is. And I said, okay, that's good.
Absolutely.
So right now, that's what they're doing. They're weeding that out. And I don't think that's going to go through. Because when at first I had a good feeling about him. I asked him about his information. I was able to look up one thing. And I said, when he told me he sent me the contract, and I'm looking, I said, no, you did not send me a contract. And he sent me the thing over 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
He emailed me 3 times, and it was the same thing. And I said, and that's when I called my attorney. So I said,
yeah, absolutely. Well, before I say what I'm about to say, I do want to make sure that I do explain to you my process, how it works. Should you decide to do business with me, I always like to say I just want to lay out all my cards on the table. So in that way, it's full transparency. If you decide to do business with me, great. If not, no problem. I'll buy one of your neighbor's houses instead. You know what I mean? So here's the thing. As you probably know and see, my phone number, I am from the communist country of California with Governor Hair Gel over here. So whenever I buy properties outside of my market, I do partner with local investors. And the reason why I do that, Angela, and I told John all of this, by the way, the reason why I do it is because I always want to make sure I have a set of eyes on my projects at all times. It's already difficult enough when I get in the car, drive down 101, 15 minutes, just to make sure that my guys, my contractors are doing their job. What more across state lines, right? And so I always partner with a local investor. So in that way, I have a set of eyes on my projects. Okay. So if we were to do business, right, I would send you an agreement for $90,000, and I would have a closing date on it on the end of the month or sooner. I will put that on the agreement. In other words, if we do our due diligence at the right time frame and title clears it, if they clear it in a week, we'll close in a week. If they clear in 2 weeks, we'll close in 2 weeks. But I just want to give myself a runway because a lot of times these title companies do take a while, and I don't want to keep asking for an extension if we don't have to. Okay.
Okay.
So,
exactly.
so while we're in agreement, a few things are going to happen, and they're all going to happen simultaneously. One, I'm going to open title, right? Because I got to make sure that I know how much you owe. I got to make sure there's no other liens. Got to make sure the title is clear. Okay.
Yep. Mhm.
Two, the number 2 and the number 3, they're going to happen simultaneously. I'm going to send contractors out there. Like I said, I trust John, but it's my business, so I got to verify. So I got to send
Right.
multiple contractors out there so I can hit that $55,000 rehab cost. The third thing that I'm going to do is I'm also going to send my local partners. These are guys that I've done business with in the past, and some of the other guys that I haven't, but they're part of my community. And so they're going to be my set of eyes, and I'm going to see who's going to want to partner with me on this deal. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, assuming that John was upfront and honest with everything, then we should be good to go with that number. Now, if I go over there and half the roof is missing, or now all of a sudden there's huge cracks on the foundation, then obviously I'm going to have to come back and tell you guys. I'm not here to nickel and dime you. I don't care about the $1,000 here and there. But if it's going to cost me $10,000, $20,000 extra, then that's where I'm going to have to like pump the brakes a little and just say, hey, Angela, John, here's what we found. Here's the proof. I've got an expense report on it. This is where we need to be in order to make sense. If you want to move forward, let's move forward. If not, we'll rip the contract in half, right? It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
But that's how my process works. And assuming everything is a go, then we sign everything on the closing date. And on the closing date, we wire the money to title company. And then title company will then pay off whatever's left on the mortgage. And then the difference will be distributed either to you or equally to all 4 of you. However you guys want to do that, that's between you and title, and you just instruct title what needs to be done.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sounds fair.
Okay. Do you have any questions or concern? Because I do have one last question, but I want to see if you have any question or concern, because that was a pretty long monologue. I'm pretty tired now.
No, that's okay. No, I was listening to you. I heard you. Right now, because of the other information I got, right now I don't. But if I do have any questions, I would definitely call you back.
Absolutely. Perfect.
Okay.
So the last question that I have for you is, what is your email? So what is your attorney's? I'm assuming you want your attorney to review this, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So let me get your attorney's name and email address. So when I send the agreement over to you, I can CC him on it, so you can just get a copy. One less thing for you to do. Does that sound fair?
How about you just send it to email it to me? If I look at it and I see anything or if I'm not, then I can forward. I can always forward it to my attorney. But my attorney is John Simpson. Yeah, it's still under my mom, under my mother and father, I think, right now. But it's under my father's, I think.
Yeah, it's under Frank. Is it Frank?
Yeah.
Frank Morris? Okay. So question for you. Are you the executor right now, or how?
Yes, no, I am.
Okay, so one signature will do.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. So the reason why I was asking for your attorney's email was because I was going to send over that agreement to you via like a e-signature. So in that way, if your attorney says, oh yeah, everything looks good, it's a go, all you have to do is sign. If your attorney says, oh no, we need to redline a couple of things, he can always just reply back. And then I can, obviously I'll take a look at it. And if it's something that we can redline, we'll redline it. So I thought maybe that would just skip one step versus having to go back and forth. So whatever you think is best.
Okay, no, I'm doing that because I'm reading them as they come before I even do all of that. So that's going to just be an extra step that someone's going to have to do if I decide I want to go with them.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, I'm not pushing you to do one way or the other. I just wanted to explain to you my thought process on why I wanted to CC him. So I'll send this over to you. Give me. Oh, actually, I already have it drafted with John, so I'll just send you that copy.
I was just gonna say, send that to me then.
Yeah. Well, I had some in there, so I'll draft it, and then I'll send this over to you in the next 5 to 15 minutes, and then I'll send you a text to let you know that it's been sent.
Perfect, and I'll let you know I got it.
All right, and then Angela, when are you guys, or when will you make a decision on who you're going to go with, Caesar or all the other Wahoos that you've talked to?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, like I said, I'm giving that. I'm also contacting my brothers and sisters and letting them, and we're all going to see what they say. If we all in agreement, then that's what we're going to do. But I have to contact them as well. I'm not going to just be looking at without them. They're part of this as well.
100%. Yeah.
I'm the point person. That's it.
Perfect.
But yeah, I'm actually and I'm not the oldest. I'm the second oldest. My brother. Yeah, my brother who's that's the principal. He's the oldest. I'm second, and then I have a sister. A brother and a sister after that. One's the police officer, and my other sister, she works for this state here in Connecticut. So
got it.
I have to go through them as well. So that's how we'll make our decision.
All right, wonderful.
The majority rules.
Absolutely. Well, today's Wednesday. So do you mind if I touch base with you tomorrow be better or Friday be better?
Friday would be better.
Okay, around this time?
Yep, this would be perfect.
Okay, so I'll call you Friday around this time. And if you don't mind, one small favor, before you guys make your final decision, in the small off chance you decide to go with someone else, please let me know before you sign anything. So that way maybe I can give you some insight.
I definitely will.
Okay.
I will definitely let you know.
Wonderful. Perfect.
I kind of like the conversation we had, so I will definitely let you know.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Miss Angela. I really appreciate you. Tell John I said hello. And hopefully John will vote for me too. Let's go.
All right.
All right. You have a good one. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guys, that was a long one, but it's a good one. So stayed in there. Let's see. We've got a couple of comments on here. Platinum. Does the contract have to be in PDF? Well, when you load it up onto your DocuSign, you can load it up as a PDF or in Docs, and then you can edit it there. Yep, you said you have all these. So did you figure out how to edit your PSA? Let me know. I can help you with it too if you need help. And yes, Platinum, thank you guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, especially if you like that call. Also, since y'all are here and you listen, can you guys hear me, by the way? I hope you guys can hear me. If you guys listen to that whole call, I'd appreciate you smashing that like button. Also, drop it on the chat. Any questions, anything that you would have done differently. As you can see, this channel is all about growing together and inspiring each other. So I want to learn from you guys as much as you learn from me. And C Money, not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Thank you, appreciate that. Took me a while to to have that explanation. But at the end of the day, it's all about repetition. Guys, you're seeing a year and a half of me doing this now. I didn't sound like this in the beginning, but it's all about repetition. And I just want to say in the beginning, I did not care how stupid I sounded. I wanted, my main goal for the first 3 months is to get my ass kicked as many times as possible, to get my nose bloodied, to get my knees scraped, and to stumble on my words as many times as possible, and to have as many people to tell me to fuck off, right? That was my main goal for the first 30 to 90 days. I absolutely believe you need to have that mindset because it's part of the game. And if you know that that's what you're going to have and you accept it, then it makes it a lot easier versus the other way around when you're like, man, I don't sound like RJ. I don't sound like Caesar. I don't sound like all these guys that I'm watching and I'm following. Don't think about that. Don't compare yourself with us because we have experience. Just know that, hey, that's where I want to be because I resonate with that guy, whether that's me, RJ, Pace, or any of these guys, whoever you watch. At the end of the day, get your ass kicked. All right, I went on a rant there. So let me pause for a second. I'm going to draft this agreement. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing.
What's up?
Word. Dude, I was like, man, it's going to get really quiet right now because I'm about to do an agreement.
Okay, no worries. I'll make a call right now and keep everybody entertained.
Yeah. Are you not entertained? Good, man. How are you doing today, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm on daddy duty, so y'all, I may have to come in and out. Maybe here.
Nice, nice. All right, man. Oh, one thing that I do want to mention, this is like my first call with that lady. Well, I mean, for the viewers. And Edward, just keep dialing. Once you get someone on, I'll shut up. Yeah, but the first call that I had was with her boyfriend. He's a contractor, so that's why I use a lot of his numbers. And their main goal was to literally just pay off the loan plus $20,000 more. Which gets them, I believe, they're all some of the money that they've invested into the property. So he was saying that the loan was like 80,000, and I looked on PropStream, it was like 66. So I was like, brother, are you sure? Because I think it's 66. So he wasn't sure about it. So my first agreement that I sent to them was mortgage balance. So for purchase price, instead of an actual number, I put mortgage balance plus $20,000, but no more than 90. So 90 was always my purchase price. I don't know if that made any sense or why I needed to tell you guys that, but I guess I want to share that with you guys because there are some scenarios where people don't know, and you can put it on the purchase price, and you can say, hey, I'll pay back taxes, but no more than this amount. So in that way, you're not caught up saying, oh, you said you're going to pay back taxes.
And you would put that on the purchase part of the agreement? Okay.
Yep. So I will have it like this, bro. Oh shit, I can't send it because it's going to have the address, but I'll put it on the comments. Like, this is what I had on the purchase price box. Do you see it, Edward? It's on the comment.
Oh yeah, I do see it.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I would have it. I've done that before. You know, we agreed on a price like 90,000, but they don't know what the back taxes is. You know, they're thinking it's 70. and they just want $20,000 out of their pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say, now at that point, instead of saying back taxes plus, yeah, I can do that way too, back tax plus 20, but no more than 90.
Mm-hmm.
Or back taxes. So I would put $90,000 parentheses, back taxes, but no more than 70,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 7739.
All right, I'm gonna put myself on mute because I'm gonna be like,
Hi, Mr. Edward. My name is Amy Gatewood. I think I just missed a call from you.
Oh yes, Amy, this yeah, I called you a few minutes ago. It was in regards to your property there on Ealing Lane. I think you spoke to someone on my team about selling. Are you still looking to sell it?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, awesome. And how much were you looking to get for it?
Well, I'm looking at offers now that I'm getting, and I'll go from there because I wasn't looking to sell before, but after I went down and seen it, I think it'll be easier for me because this is not my field, and so it's a gift to my mom. It was inherited to her and her her siblings. So I just know I can't do what the house needs at this time. So I'm just looking at offers. I got people that's calling me and looking. So right now, yeah.
Okay, so
right now I'm looking at
okay, so it sounds like it's your mom's, but you're just helping her sell it.
It was inherited for her siblings, and I redeemed it out of cash. And it's actually mine because I redeemed it out of 3 year. But it was going to be a gift to my mom to fix it up and let her know that I got it back.
Oh, okay. So it's yours now since you redeemed it, sounds like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you say you already went out and saw it, right?
Oh yeah, I go there often. I have family in Shreveport. I go there often. It just took me some time to do what I needed to do to get it back and find out information on it. And I redeemed it. So now I'm just looking to see my best option to gift my mom on her birthday, June 30th. So
I see.
Whatever it is. So
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, what's the offers that you've been getting so far?
I've been getting between 30 and 37. And I'm just weighing my options. I'm actually looking into what it would take to get it fixed up and things like that. I just started this on yesterday. So I'm just, right now, I've received 4 offers, but I'm talking to my brother and just seeing at this time. But I think we're going to really have to go that route.
Okay. And you say you got bids on it?
Huh?
And you say you got bids on it, like for the work?
Well, I have people that's offering, everything is at a standstill. I have people offering offers to buy because I just started looking this way yesterday. So I have people that's been calling me and I'm getting, but it's not what I expected, but I'm looking at the offers and seeing what should be best for me to go at this point.
Okay. Gotcha. And
because of what I done put in it so far.
oh, okay. What have you put in it so far?
Well, we had it gutted, and it's still the concrete, the planks and things like that. So it wasn't my field, so I'm just looking. We thought it was gonna be different. So,
okay.
but it didn't happen out the way I wanted it to.
Oh, okay. So what's like the ideal situation here for you?
Say that again.
So what's like the ideal situation here for you?
The ideal situation is to get it sold.
Just
get
to,
it sold for and get my money back and give my mom. So I'm looking for at least. I mean, I don't want to go. I didn't want to go no lower than 40, but I'm getting close. So,
yeah.
and I know that everybody is in the field and everybody is looking. So I'm just looking at what they're looking at, and I'll go from there and decide by the end of the week.
By the end of the week, okay. Let me see here, and it's a 3-bed, 2-bath, right?
Yes.
And it's 1,500 square feet, or like 1,531.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And you said you gutted it, right? Like you just took out stuff, basically.
Well, I had somebody to go in, and I guess before the tax lien, before the other people though, they had started gutting it, and, you know, taking out the sheetrock, and they just finished and cleaned it out. So right now, the pictures that I have is gutted. We could just see the planks and everything, and the doors and stuff sitting around off the hip. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like I would have to do like just wiring, put sheetrock, all fixtures, roof, pretty much everything on it.
It pretty much everything. I don't know if they finished the wiring or not. I don't know. I'll be back down there this weekend. I don't know, but I don't think so. I don't think so because everything was put to a halt. So I don't know what they have done since I was there last Monday.
Okay. Let's see. Trying to put up
and
here.
everybody, I mean, everything. I mean, I've got the fixed up price and things like that, which is going to be, they say, between 40 and 50. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. But I mean, I don't have that kind of money, and I don't want to put myself in a second loan like that because I own a home already, and I didn't want to do that. That was not my goal.
Okay. And you said 40 or 50 to like fix it up and like remodeled?
Yeah, renovated and rented. Yeah, to renovate it. Those are the prices that I was getting, and I can't take out a second mortgage at this time. I don't. That's not a good deal for me right now.
Right. No, I understand. Do you have an idea, or did they ever kind of go over the numbers of what it could be worth once it was all fixed up?
I've got between 100 and 115. But me looking in the area, I just was looking at the 90 that I was seeing through my what I was seeing. So that's where I'm at, between 90 and 115.
Okay, once it's been fixed up.
The after renovation value.
Okay. So I do see one that sold. I think there's one that sold recently, a couple months, right, on that same street of yours.
Yeah, and they got one for sale that's identical to ours, but it's 100 square feet. 100 square feet more that sold in January for like 90, but now it's on the market for like 180. I'm not gonna be that crazy. I wouldn't buy that house. So so I just know.
Oh, I see the one you're talking about, 3819, right?
Yeah.
I see
That's
that.
what I'm talking about.
Jeez.
My thing was to get this one, and when I seen that one on the market last year, and I was like, oh, that would be perfect. They doing that. And then when I went back this year, I was like, oh no, let me get that out of my head.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I do see the other one you were talking about, that 115. That one seemed like that was 1,700 square feet. The one that sold a few months ago. Let's see here. So let's say 115, and you're getting bids at like maybe 50 to remodel it. And this is the way I look at it, right? So for me, it's really all a mathematical equation, right? Which just starts from what the property could be worth, right? So let's say if it could be worth 115, and I put 50,000 to get it to be worth 115,000. Which honestly, I think I don't know, maybe a little bit conservative there. So 115, let's say minus the 50,000 for me to fix it up to be worth 115. Now I would have to take into consideration closing costs, right? Once if I buy it for me, I could cover that, but I would have another set of closing costs when I sell it, right? And then I would have to pay agent commissions and stuff like that, and minus my holding costs, which all that is just paying, my taxes, insurance, the cost of capital, things like that, minus my profit there, which would put me a lot lower than what those other offers are coming in at, than the 30 or 37. So I'm trying to get a better understanding if maybe I could find something else that could probably be worth a little bit more. Because I do see one on Elmer Lane. That one's fixed up as well. But that one sold last year for 147. And let me see. And you say you're trying to close before like your mother's birthday, right?
I was.
Okay. When's your mother's birthday?
June 30th. So I'm working against time.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Got about 26 days here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I've been working hard for the last 2 months. I really thought I was gonna get the day, but she don't want to stay there. She just, she was in it and she lost my dad in it, so it's just been an emotional ride for us. So.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that. And those other guys that offered you that, I mean, how soon were they maybe be able to close on it? Because I know.
Well, I've told everybody by the 30th, but I know that it takes normally 30 days. I do know that with buying my house and things like that, sometimes a little bit longer. But I mean, that's where I was. But I'm working with whoever's gonna work with me.
Yeah, because I could probably get it done on that time frame, but obviously I would have to move pretty quickly so we could start with the process. We're already in what's Wednesday, June 4th, and then obviously kind of go through the title stuff. So everything through the title has been transferred under your name already, or is it still under like your mom's?
It's still gifted to my auntie, and we are in the middle of doing a succession now.
Okay. Do you know how long that's gonna take?
Well, they didn't say. It's in my auntie's name or whatever, and she's working with me as well to see what we need to do as well. So, I don't know. She just told me they told me in order to get the deed, I needed to do the succession, which was already submitted, with the two hair signature and being over to me and my mom.
Okay. Let's see. Because I definitely want to be able to help you out here. And like I said, I might be in the same ballpark as the other offers, but like I said, I could work with your time frame then and try to get it done as soon as possible. Because I mean, I understand kind of where you're coming from, and trying to surprise your mom and everything, and at least get out what you put in it as well. So you might hear my daughter. I'm also on daddy duty too.
Oh, look, I understand. I've been on granny duty for 2 weeks, but I was out of school. Now they going back to the daycare, so granny is working.
Yeah, I get you. So for me, like the way the process would work, right? That way you have an idea is, if let's say we come to an agreement on price today, we could start the process. Excuse me. We could start the process. I could send over a purchase and sale agreement just to start the process there. It's just a preliminary agreement saying that, hey, I'm interested in buying at the agreed price. And then once that gets signed, right, obviously we're going to want to put eyes on it. So we'll coordinate with you for us to go out there, walk the property, and just verify everything that you said it checks out, which, you know, you told me it needs a full gut, right? So I'm expecting that.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
once that gets completed, obviously we'll start with the process and try to get closed out before the 30th. So
Okay.
with that being said, I would have to be at that $30,000 price there, but I could get it done for you pretty quickly as long as we're able to have that communication, because I know you're going through that process with your auntie and all that. And as we open title, so if that's something that you would like to do, like I said, I'm more than happy to be able to help you and you know, get that done for you before the 30th.
Okay. And you say around the $30,000 mark?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 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 All right. Well, can I just get that agreement, then her and my brother go over it tonight, and then we'll see what we're gonna do.
Yeah, absolutely. What's a good email I could send it to you?
It's A Gatewood. To you too.
Yes, ma'am. You have a good day.
You too.
Bye. Hey guys, I'm about to step just real quick because my daughter has to go use the restroom real quick.
All right, guys, I'm back on. I just sent over that agreement, and luckily I just got 2 new leads. So let's give them a call. Let's freaking go. Yeah, so Platinum, you got 2 ways of doing this. You can definitely use that title company if you like. I don't know if you have any information on how much they charge for having an assignment fee, or even if they can do assignments. So double check on that. The reason why I like to put TBD is to be determined. So that way I give the end buyer a chance to use the title company that they like. Usually it's a title company that they've used many times. And so they get a little bit of a discount. So the pro there is it gives them the option. And if the end buyer insists on using their title company, you don't need to get an addendum or an amendment signed because you put TBD for the title company. The con side of it is obviously we don't open title until we find a buyer. So sometimes you open that title late, then you would have to ask for an extension. Things can come up in the title search that can push back the deadline. So that's the con side to that. Now, on the other side, if you do use a company like this and you keep opening title without finding a buyer, and if you're not closing and performing, at some point you're going to lose your brand or your reputation with title companies, and now they're going to start charging you for any and every deal that you send them. So you just gotta take a chance on which headache you like. For me, I like to just keep it to be determined. I'm okay with asking for an extension, especially if I have an end buyer and we have money on the table. Asking for an extension is not a problem for me. So that's why I like to do it that way. So I just wanted to kind of lay out all the cards on the table so you know what you would want to do. Guys, I just got 2 new property leads.
This is 504-470-79.
And that previous call that I had, by the way, the loan call, that was from property leads as well. So $30 a lead. And that one can get us anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 assignment fee. So we'll see.
This is 5. Do not leave a message. I will not return your phone call. Please, no solicitation.
Hi, Jacqueline. Good afternoon. Caesar here. I'm calling about your property on Buffalo Road. It looks like you filled out a form on my site, and looks like you're looking to sell. I am a cash buyer in that area, and I am looking to buy. So give me a call when you get this, okay? 415-843-7975. Once again, that's 415-843-7975. And once again, my name is Caesar. Thank you. And I'll send you a quick text as well, okay? Where is this place? Guys, I'm gonna ask you. Oh, never mind. I know where it is. It's out in Maine. Hey, Edward, do you know if we can wholesale in Maine? I think we can, right? There's no.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm never posted out there.
Ooh, look at this. We're getting someone to call us. Who is calling us right now? Oh, yeah, it is. Good afternoon, this is Caesar.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, is this Jacqueline?
Yes.
Hey, Miss Jacqueline, good afternoon. My name is Caesar. I just left you a voicemail and I sent you a text. Yeah, I'm just responding to your online inquiry. It looks like you're looking to sell your property out on Buffalo Road.
Yes.
Wonderful. How much are you looking to get for it?
I would like to get 75 for it, but I'm not taking less than 50.
All right, so 75, no less than 50.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Can you tell me a little bit what you got going on over there?
Well, I bought the house in the early 90s, and my husband passed away 10 years ago, and once he died, my children took me to Atlanta. So I tried renting the house out, and that didn't work out. They kind of like, they messed the house up. So I was trying to get a loan to fix the house back up and live in it, but that's not working for me either. So I just decided to sell it.
Oh, is it current? So it's currently vacant right now?
Yes,
Got it. And how long has it been vacant for?
about 5 years.
5 years.
I had to evict the person out of it.
Oh,
They did damage to the house, so
what kind of damage did they do?
just everything. I need floors. I need floors, windows, and both bathrooms need to be repaired. The kitchen need to be totally repaired.
Mm-hmm.
Grass need to be cut.
Got it. Got it. Okay. And so it's been vacant for 5 years. I'm pretty sure you stopped utilities on this.
No, I got utilities running in the house.
I still got utilities running, but no one's been flushing the toilets or turning on the lights the last 5 years, right?
Well, that I keep lights burning in the house, but I turned the water off from the main line because I didn't want nobody coming in there stealing the water or coming in and just turning the water on and flood the house out.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I completely understand. And this is a townhome, is that right?
It's a single family home, but it's connected.
Connected how? What do you mean by that?
It's connected to another house. And they own their side, and I own my side.
Oh, so it's like a duplex.
Right.
Got it. Okay. And then, so what's your bedroom and bathroom count?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What is your,
3 bedrooms, 2 baths.
so 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. That's your side. Okay. Got it. Got it. All right. All right. So it sounds like I have a lot of work that needs to be done in that house right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you currently owe any money on this? You own it outright or
I own it outright.
own it outright? So you're just paying taxes every month, huh? Or not every month, every year. Yeah. Do you have any back taxes or anything like that at all?
I just opened the this year taxes.
Okay, so you're current.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. If you don't mind me asking about that, how much do you pay taxes over there?
700 and some now.
Okay, so it's in $700 range. Okay. I'm just looking at some of the properties in the area. While I'm doing this, if you don't mind me, I'll just ask you a couple quick questions. How did you come up with the $50,000 to $75,000 range?
Because I had the house appraised, and then appraised for 90,000.
Got it. And when did you get that appraised?
Last week.
Last week. Okay. Gotcha. And they were able to get in there and see the property inside?
Yeah, I get it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm just making sure. Just wanted, because you'll be surprised. A lot of people are like, I got it appraised, and I ask when. They're like, 3 years ago. And I'm like, well, market has changed since then. You know what I mean? So I just need to ask, because at the end of the day, it'll be an investment property for me. All right. Fair enough. And right now you said you couldn't get a loan to, sounded like you were trying to fix it yourself so you can rent it out again. Is that what it was?
No, I was trying to fix it myself so I could live in it.
Oh,
I was gonna move in and live in it myself.
got it. Got it. Okay. And it just didn't make any, couldn't do it, huh?
I just couldn't do it.
Got it. Where do you live? You live in the area or different state?
Well, yeah, right now I'm staying with my granddaughter. So.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Do you have, just curious, do you have any pictures of that property? Maybe you got some pictures from your appraisers?
Yeah, they did send me all that, but I'm not good at pulling all this stuff up. So let me see. Oh, I would have to. Let's go way back. gonna take me a minute to pull all this up.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm
Take
not
your,
too sure how to do it yet.
no problem. Take your time. I'm just looking around with what's selling over there. So take your time. While you're doing that, can I ask you a few more questions, or should I leave you alone?
No, go ahead.
Okay, cool. What is your ideal timeline solution for this, as far as like how quick do you want to sell and
I
so
don't have.
forth? Oh,
I don't have the time plan.
Got it. Okay. Sooner the better, I'm assuming.
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah. Because it's not really hurting you, right? So it doesn't really matter as much.
Right.
The only thing though is it's gone through 5 different winters by now, maybe 4. And the joke that I always say is, you know what happens when you stop flushing down the toilet?
Yeah.
Shit happens, you know?
I done been in the house and I went back there one day because the neighbor called me and told me water was coming out the house.
Mm.
So I went back there, I found out that the house connected to me, they had drank the water. So I guess the kids that went there and drank the water on in that house, and it flooded out my house and their house. So,
Oh man. So you have do you have any got it. Do you have any water damage then? Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah, he got a little. I think got a little mold in it.
Okay, so we got to deal with mold as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Let's see. I can see why the appraiser said 90 for your house. I'll tell you that much.
Mm-hmm.
He or she's not that far off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think you're. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to think of his name. I can't think of his name.
Yeah, I'll tell you why the appraiser thought that. Because there's a townhome on Sand Street, so you know where that is, right? Pretty close to you.
Yeah.
So on Sand Street, it sold for 90,000, but that was back in July. It is a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, so it does have 1 extra bedroom. 2,500 square foot lot, 1,200 square feet. As far as the living area, and then it was built in 1960. I think yours was 1980, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, mine was up in the 80s.
Yeah. Okay. Were you able to send those pictures, or?
No, I'm still looking for them.
Okay.
Still looking for them.
No problem. Well, let me ask you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I probably can call my bank and maybe he can resend them to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, besides the appraiser, do you have any pictures yourself? When was the last time you saw the property?
No, I go back there every day to get my mail.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you have any pictures on your phone, by any chance?
No, I don't take pictures when I go back there.
Got it. Okay. Got it. So let me ask you, how much do you think it would cost me to fix all of that and get it caught up to date?
I would say off the top of my head about 40,000.
About 35 to 40,000.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the type of loan that you were pretty much trying to get?
Yeah, because I was trying to get 35 to fix it up.
Got it. Okay. Oh, while we're talking about numbers, just curious, how much do you think I can rent it out for if I were to rent it out today?
You can rent that house out for $1,300.
1,300. Pretty solid in that number.
Yeah, well, that's what housing would pay $1,300. So you can rent it like anywhere from 7 to 13.
Got it. Okay. $1,300. You're saying about 35 to 40,000 to get it rent ready.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, let me ask you. I know you said 50 to 75 is your range. I mean, if I do this deal and I can pay I'll pay all the closing costs, no realtor fees. I'll buy it as is, so you don't have to fix anything. And I can close on it as soon as 14 days or sooner. And I can also work with your timeline if you need, more than that to clear out the place. I mean, what was the absolute best that you can do?
Wait, with what I can do?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't understand what you said.
I'm sorry?
Wait, say that again. I didn't understand. You said clean it out and everything, and what's the what?
No, so right now I don't know if you still have mementos in there or anything. If you want to grab some stuff. I'm buying it as is, so you can leave whatever you want to leave there and take whatever you want to take with you. Okay. So my question is, if I'm buying it as is, I'm paying all the closing costs, no realtor fees. I can close on it as soon as title clears. What's the best price that you can do?
I can't go less than 50.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, I would love to make a deal with you. It's just right now, if you're telling me, which I agree with you as far as pricing goes, if I have to put in $35,000 in there and then I buy it off you for 50 and I'm paying all the closing costs, that's already 85,000, a little bit more, right? And then your appraiser appraised it at 90, so that means I can only sell it for $90,000. So I guess my question to you is, it would be very difficult for me to pay 85,000 to make 5, right? I mean, I would love to make a deal with you. I want to be fair, but I also just got to keep the lights on and put food on the table.
Right.
Yeah. So do you have any wiggle room with that number at all?
No, not really, because I need that amount to get myself out of debt and to be able to live.
Got it. So 50.
Right now I'm living off my Social Security check.
Okay.
So, and that's why my kids really don't want me to go back in the house, but I feel like if I go back to the house, I'm living off my children right now, virtually.
Got it. Okay. I completely understand. So that's the reason why you want to get that number. I'm just going to be very frank with you. Like, it's going to be very tough to sell that at 50 because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You know what I mean? Like that 35, when you have mold in there, pipes might have burst by now. I don't know. It's been 5 years. Oh, it hasn't burst. Okay. Okay. So that's good news. That being said, let me ask you this. You mentioned you're in Social Security and you need that 50 to get you a new place. I mean, are you trying to buy a new place? Or are you going to rent a new place?
No.
You're going to rent. You're going to rent.
Yeah, I'm a rent.
Got it. Okay. Just, if you don't mind just spitballing here, if you were to rent, like, how much would your rent be?
I don't know. Because, I haven't rented a house in over 40 some years.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Got it. Well,
my income is only $2,300 a month. So, I know I can't pay a lot in rent.
Gotcha. Well, hypothetically, I mean, what if I'm able to add to that $2,300 a month? What would would like an extra $500, $700 help you out?
Wait, if you could do what?
What I'm asking is, what if I can add to that $2,300 a month that you're getting? Like, what if I'm able to give you, let's say, $700, $800 a month? Would that help out a lot? So in that way, you have $3,100 coming in every month.
What would I be doing for that extra money?
I'm sorry.
What would I be doing for that extra $700 or $800?
Oh, well, I mean, you mentioned that the reason why you needed the 50 was so that it can help you with your monthly income and for you to be able to move to a new place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm asking the question, Ms. Jacqueline, is this: one way for me to possibly come up to your price point would be to, give you a pretty good down payment so that you can get a new apartment. And then what I would do is I would make a monthly payment to you, right, for the next few years. So in that way, you have extra income coming in. One, you have income coming in on top of your Social Security. And secondly, that down payment that I will give to you will help you find a new place. And so in that way, you're not living with your daughters anymore. Right? Because the thing is, if I write you a check for $50,000, I still have to write a check for 35 to fix it. Right?
Set up right.
Right. So that's going to be very difficult for me to do, because then if I do that, I'm actually upside down, because I got to pay closing costs twice: when I buy it off you and when I sell it. And then when I sell it, I got to pay realtor fees. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I also have other carrying costs that I got to do. So the only way for me, or any investor for that matter, for this to work and meet you at your price point is for us to be able to get favorable terms. Meaning, what if I'm able to give you a couple of $1,000s for you to get a new place, and then I pay you, let's say, $650 a month? And the reason why I'm saying that is because if I'm paying you $650 a month, I'm getting $1,300 a month for rent, right? And I got to save some of that. I'm at least cash flowing in the meantime. And then, so that benefits me. Now it benefits you, because now you have more income coming in every month. Two, you have a down payment for me that you can use to find a new place. So,
Right.
so that situation would be more of a win-win situation, because, like I said, I have a little bit of cash flow, and instead of me out pocketing $85,000 now, I'm only out pocketing 35 plus the down payment. You know what I mean? So that really gives me the ability to fix this, so I can actually start renting it out. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
is that something that you would be open to? So in that way, you can get a new place, you have more income coming in, and at least that allows me to be able to put some food on the table and keep the lights on.
Yeah, that's something to think about. You need to give me time to think about that.
Oh.
I wish I could find that paperwork he sent me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking you to make a decision today. But what I will tell you though, Ms. Jacqueline, is, and with that scenario, you actually become what most people would like to, but they don't have the ability to do so. You know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
You become the bank, right? instead of me going to Bank of America, I'm going to Bank of Jacqueline, right?
Yeah.
And then now I'm paying you every month instead of paying Bank of America every month. And yeah, and I think that would just be like a win-win situation.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like something I might be able to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. Think it over, because if you're open to that, then I can come up. I can run some numbers. I can potentially come up to your number, or at least very close to it. That being said, if it's a cash deal where I'm paying you cash outright, it just doesn't make sense. I'm sure you're not gonna invest $85,000 just to win 5.
Right.
Right. Hey, by the way, just curious, before I let you go, let's say you don't move forward with me, and you don't get any offer at 50. Knock on wood. Hopefully I'm wrong, but if I'm right and you don't get any offer at 50, I mean, what would happen with this property? Are you just gonna let it sit there over the years,
I would
or?
go ahead on the then I would try to. Oh, I think it's that. Then I would try to. I would try to fix it up myself.
Got
I
it.
would try to. I'm not gonna let the property just sit there and go to waste.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to get at. Because the longer you let it sit there, it's just going to get worse. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, the rehab cost is just going to get larger and larger, whether it's for you or for an investor like myself. Either way, it's going to get worse.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, by the way, just curious, if you decide that you're open-minded to something like that, where it's a little creative, where you get monthly, you know, like, just indulge me for a second. I mean, what's a good monthly payment to you where you feel like, hey, this actually can help me out every month, you know, on top of my Social Security?
I never did. I didn't think of that. I have never given that a really thought of what would have been a good, you know, what would be a good monthly payment for me. I never thought of that.
Got it. Okay. Well, let me ask you this.
That's something I would have to think about.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, with an extra $600 a month to you every month, would that help you at all in any way, shape, or form?
Probably would. Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, the reason why I'm asking you that question is, and I always say, Ms. Jacqueline, I'm not a baker. I don't like to sugarcoat things, right? So in order for this to make sense to me, I would have to be in that $600 range, because anything over $600, I would be upside down again. So I'm like giving you the absolute highest. Yeah, because I have to take into consideration taxes, insurance, vacancy, right? Like, what if my tenants leave, right? So I have vacancy, management fees, maintenance, like all of those things. And so the most that I can do is $600 a month to you. And so I don't want you to be thinking and wasting your time if $600 wouldn't even help you with groceries. You know what I mean? But if $600 extra in your pocket can help change your lifestyle a little, then, you know, then we got something to talk about. And that's why I wanted to ask that question.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. I understand what you're saying. That does make sense.
Yeah, gotcha. And then one last thing, by the way, is, have you looked at apartments out there? Like, how much would a down payment for you to get, how much do you need to get a new apartment?
I haven't looked at apartments down here.
Got it. Okay. Well, would it be around the same as much as you were saying, $1,000?
Probably so. Yeah, because I'm over 55, so I can do the assisted living apartment.
Ah, okay. And do you need to put a down payment for that, or is it just monthly?
That's just monthly.
Got it. Okay. So if I can add $600 in your pocket and maybe put $1,000 or $2,000 in your pocket for your new place, is that something that would be helpful? Maybe get you some furniture or whatever you need?
Yeah, that probably will be helpful.
Got it. Okay. Well, let me ask you, I mean, do you want to think about it, or do you have any questions as far as how this works? I'd love to answer any questions you have while I have you on the phone.
Well, let me think about it, because I got to think about it. I got to think about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to, look at, see exactly how much apartments are going for here.
Absolutely. You need to do all that. You got some homework to do, and like I always say, I'd like to buy your house, but I don't necessarily need to buy yours. You know what I mean? So I am here to be at your easy button, but if you decide that it's not a good fit for you, no harm, no foul, no pressure on my end. Okay?
Yeah, and the thing about back in that area, they get ready to open up that Lincoln Beach area, so that's gonna bring all that property value up right there.
Got it. They're getting ready to open what?
A beach.
Oh, a beach. Okay. Oh, all right. I might want to visit there. So
Yeah.
that's good. All right. Well, Miss Jacqueline, I know today's Wednesday. I know you got some homework to do. You want to think about it. I'm not the type that will twist someone's arm. So would it be okay for me to touch base with you tomorrow?
Well, Friday would be better.
Friday would be better. What time on Friday?
Anytime Friday.
Got it. What time is it over there right now? It's 12:46 over there, right?
I walked away from the car. Yeah, it's 12:46 here.
Got it. Okay. I mean, I can call you around 10 or I can call you around 12, whatever's best for you.
10 will be good.
All right. Why don't I do that then? Let's do some homework. I'll run some numbers myself and then let's reconvene on Friday at 10 o'clock your time.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Miss Jacqueline, thank you. I really appreciate you and I'll send you a text. I'm sorry?
You give me a lot to think about. So.
Uh-oh. Hopefully I didn't paralyze you.
No, you did.
All right. Wonderful. All right, Miss Jacqueline, you have a good one, okay?
All right, thank you, babe.
Okay, bye. Ugh. What do you think about that one, Edward? You think I should have gone for it, or what are your thoughts?
Sounded like a seller finance deal there.
Yep, it's the only way it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I like how you like really digged into that.
Cool, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, now that you actually brought it up, and since we do have quite a bit of viewers on here, guys, if you heard that, if you liked it, smash that like button. Really appreciate it. But if you got any key takeaways, please drop it on the chat or leave a comment. I'd really appreciate it. It'll help other newcomers. But the one thing that I do want to point out, and Edward, you've heard me say this within Titanium during the implementation calls, is you got to be able to attach your number to something, right? And so the way I approach that is, you said you need money for the new place. Are you going to buy or are you going to rent? Well, how much down payment do you need? She doesn't even need a down payment, right? And how much monthly do you need? So I'm attaching it. So in that way, it's not like, hey, I'm just going to pay you $600 a month and that's it. What I'm saying is, hey, look, in order for me to cash flow, the most that I can do is 600. And by the way, earlier you mentioned would that $600 a month help you out? What did she say? Yes. You know what I mean? So now that 600 is attached to something. So for the viewers out there, what I tell my guys in every morning when we're on our training call is, this is your Mac, well, actually your phone is your offer, whether that's your seller finance or cash, whatever it is, and their motivation is your MagSafe. Right? Your offer is most likely, actually not most likely, 100% of the time going to be lower than what they're asking for, right? So this number doesn't mean anything unless you can attach it to something.
Yep. That's what I tried to do on the last one.
I heard that. Yeah.
I was trying to tie that offer to what she was actually trying to accomplish. And I remember that specifically because I know you said it. And I was really trying to harp on that because she had offers at 37 and she was willing to work with anybody that would help, that would also accommodate what she was trying to do, which was try to get, a gift or try to sell it before her mom's birthday and work through that process with her. So I really hold on to that.
Dude, I was actually going to give you a compliment earlier because I heard you say that. That was like that was your punchline. And but then you had to get going. So
my daughter was in the background. She was trying to go to the restroom. I was like, oh, I gotta go.
That was awesome, bro. Because like, once again, for the viewers, and Edward have heard me say this multiple times. So Edward, please, hopefully you're not getting annoyed. But
no, absolutely not.
What I always tell people is like, you can say something like, hey, how, what number would make sense for you to get you to your next chapter of your life? or what would make sense for you? If your number is too high, my number is too low, what would put a smile on your face? Those are very generic one-liners, right? But if you can change that, to, hey, your number's too high for me, and I understand your number's way too low for my number's way too low for you. What's a good number in between that can XYZ, right? That can do what they want to do, what they want to accomplish. So boom, now you've got a MagSafe for your phone, and you can be hands-free.
Mm-hmm.
So wanted to give that analogy out there for anyone that's watching or listening.
Dropping bombs.
Cool. I'm gonna take some notes here, man. If you want to make some calls, go for it.
Yep.
By the way, I already found a buyer for 75.
For what?
I found a buyer for at 75, and it's an as is, but it's not. But it doesn't have mold. It hasn't been baked. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Come on. Hurry. Need some crackers? Go sit down. Go eat crackers, okay?
by the way, guys, for cash deal, that deal would only work if it was $20,000 for a cash deal.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up. Your call is
Dude, I'm getting a bunch of new leads here.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Are you using property leads?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let me call Tim and see if he wants to make calls. Man, I think I'm on a roll today, dude. I haven't got anything signed, but like my cadence is good. That's what I'm saying. Like I feel good about my conversations.
Yep. That's how I felt too. Like yesterday, I had the momentum, so I'm like definitely trying to keep it going.
Yeah. Because there are those days when you're just like, oh, it's things are just a little heavier, whatever it is. But today I'm like, I'm on a roll right now. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I did send out a contract for you, so that's always good.
So, quick question. So, how will you go about? There's this lady I'm speaking to, and on this one, I'm being full transparent with like, hey, I'm gonna wholesale this because she's been under contract with other people that have told her they were gonna buy it, but they end up listing it like a novation and stuff. But she didn't know about that, and she didn't like the transparency, so she just like, she didn't want to deal with them. So I was pretty upfront. I was like, hey, in the area you're in, I wouldn't be interested in buying, but I do have a group of investors I work with that might be interested. What I would have to be at 90,000, but she wants 107. Now, the thing that I told her was we had a pretty long conversation about it and telling her why. and I told her, I was like, what if I did 107, and being transparent, I would market it to the group of investors I have. Now, if they come up a little bit higher where I could still add my fee onto it and you make your 107, then we could, try to get it closed as soon as possible. Just let me market it for maybe like 2 weeks and see what kind of feedback I get. Now, if it comes lower, I would have to add just a little bit of my fee there, and be at the 90, which she agreed. She's okay with. Would it be okay? I send her the agreement at the 107 contingent upon the feedback that I get.
Yeah, I would just put 107 on there.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't even put contingent feedback, none of that. Just 107, you're done.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
love
'cause she wants to be done with it. And last time I caught her, like, I guess she was like in the tax office or social security office or something. She was getting called, so she had to go. And texted her this morning. She wanted me to call her later this afternoon.
Perfect, dude. That's great, man. For some of you folks that are listening, that's a good. It's good. You told her exactly what you were going to do.
Yeah, especially because she went through it like quite a bit. So I was like, hey, I'm just gonna be transparent. I'm gonna wholesale this, and she's okay with that. She's like, hey, I'm okay if you make money. I just want to be done. I try navigating like a novation part, but she's wanting like 20,000 like up front. And I'm like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told her that. I was like, no, I'm a little bit of a risk there.
Yeah. Will it work as a wholesale or no?
Yeah, I guess it can work as a hotel. It's not like in bad condition. They had it, I guess the other investors had it listed at like 145 around there,
And no one bought it?
No, nobody bought it, but she had like a lot of. That's when she started noticing a lot of showings and walkthroughs, and she was like, well, what's going on? And that's when she figured out that it was listed, but that she was getting a lot of traction, but she didn't like the transparency there with the other guys.
Or lack of. So then, question for you: what price point did they try to get her down to?
Well, they told her they were good. Oh, well, first they had her. She was under contract at 120 with those guys, but she was hoping to get 107 for it. And a realtor had it listed for 180, but she told her the agent told her that it might not sell until like maybe in a year. Like it might take a whole year for it to sell. I was like, why would an agent tell me that? I just didn't understand that. And she was like, well, I just couldn't have it up on the market for that long, for a year. I'm like, wow. Like, I mean, like,
bro, that's our competition.
Yeah. And I was like, that's insane. Well, she agreed that the 180 they had it listed was just too high. She knew that, just based on the area. And I told her, it was like, yeah, this is what I'm seeing. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is. Heck yeah. Tim just sent the contract and he's making more calls. Yeah.
Let me call her again.
Hello?
Hey, Miss McDonald, it's Edward. How you doing?
Where are you calling from?
Here in San Antonio. I was a gentleman that gave you a call yesterday. We're talking about your property there on Buena Vista. Just wanted to give you a call back and see if it's something that you're still wanting to move forward at. If we could, if you give me like maybe like 2 weeks to market it and see if we could get you the 107 and see what kind of feedback we get.
I'm just taking it off the market. I'm not selling it. I'm not gonna do nothing right now.
Right. No, that's not me. I don't plan on listing it. Remember, I was a gentleman that had a group of investors that buy in the area there, and I know you're trying to sell as soon as possible. So I was trying to see if I could help you out there with that. Now I wouldn't have it listed or all. I would just get some feedback. Probably have feedback by next week, and see what those offers come in at, and see if we could get you close to that 107.
Yeah, but I'm not doing nothing till after I move. I'm moving tomorrow, Friday.
Okay, so you want to do it for?
Call me back on Saturday.
Okay, but is it something that you're wanting to move forward on?
I gotta think about it because you overwhelming me and I'm trying to move. Call me back Saturday and I'll be settled down and I'll make a better decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
A cup. Yeah, it's a cup. Sit down. Right here. But yeah, there it goes, man.
There's nothing you could have done differently there.
Yeah. Follow up Friday or Saturday.
No.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna have Tim hop on here. Have you met Tim yet?
Tim.
Oh my God. This guy is ruthless, dude. He is fearless. He's got a lot of room for growth, but he just dials. He doesn't care. That's why I say he's going to be successful, because other people would care, and he's just action, and he gets his ass kicked every day, and he gets his ass kicked every day with a smile on his face.
Yeah, that's the way it got to be, man. In order to get some traction.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Tim.
Hey.
Look at Tim Lumdow. Dude, share your good news.
Yes, sir. So I just sent a contract to this guy from Illinois, and what happened is he's going to sign it. We're about to review it, but he couldn't find it because he has so much email. So I believe he's ready to sign, man. So he just have to delete a couple of emails and take a break after work, and then will give me a call back in like an hour. So that's a done deal.
Nice. Awesome. Tim, I don't know if you know Edward. Edward's part of TU. Oh, this person's calling me.
What's up, Edward?
What's up, Tim? Congrats on sending the contract, man.
Yes, sir.
Say Illinois?
So Illinois, yeah, Illinois.
Nice.
Small assignment fee, but still good.
Good
It's good
afternoon,
to
this
go.
is Caesar.
Yeah, man.
Hello? So thanks for calling me back. I sent you the agreement a couple of days ago. I know you mentioned Shaylin was going to help you out. So what's the deal with that?
It didn't come through on my phone. That's why I'm gonna call Shay. Because I know it probably came through hers.
Yeah.
I'm going to sign it.
Yeah, I think it did go through. Well, let me ask you. You said it didn't go through your phones. It might have gone to your spam folder. So,
Okay, I have to look at that then.
yeah, you need to go look at your spam folder, and then it should come from Simply Contracts. I'll send you another text to let you know what to look for. Yeah, but all you need to do is just review it, sign it, and then once I sign, then we both get a copy of the fully executed document. And then I start going to work and doing my due diligence. I'll open title, and then I'll get my guys in there to, like I told you before, I'm gonna have to get multiple contractors in there, get my rehab cost, and then also I'm gonna send a few local partners of mine over there as well.
Okay, well, I had to go down there yesterday. I had to call the police.
Uh-oh, what happened?
They took one of my doors. They took off of the hinges, and then we went in there with the police, and then there was a dead cat. There was a big old dead cat in there.
Oh no!
Graffiti all over all the walls.
Oh my God!
They made a mess in there, and then the search. I went there searching for it. There's nothing in there, and then I got to get a shovel and some spray and stuff to spray up there where the cat's at. Because boy, we looked at the cat and brushed right back to his head, back to his head, and just left it on the floor.
Oh man!
Yeah, the police, they walked all through it, and then they didn't go downstairs because all their rain we got, but I got the power turned off on the house, and then a sump pump couldn't work because the power was turned off. And then, but I changed him up. I said, well, okay, well, I'm gonna call him in when I figure I can get this stuff cleaned up. The thing that makes me mad, I paid $2,500 to get the house completely cleaned up, all the second floor, the first floor, and the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, walk in to see this crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I just said, okay, so let me get what I can get done. And I'll let you know about all this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like I said, getting that agreement signed first would be the first step. So at least I can send my guys out there and open title. And yeah, man, like I said, I'm gonna need to send a good amount of guys in there because the more you talk to me, the more the scarier it gets. You know what I mean? And like I said, if I have to come down on price, I will let you know why. I think by now you can agree with me that I'm pretty reasonable. And at the end of the day, if it makes sense to you, great, we'll move forward. If not, no problem, no file. But I definitely want to send my guys out there though.
Okay, no problem. They can get in. They can get in now. I propped the door back up, but I would probably knock back down again today when I go down and take a look.
Yeah, absolutely. Just leave something open so my guys can go in there. But also, and just a friendly reminder, I just don't spend time, money, or any of my guys' time unless I have an agreement set in place. At least I know that, hey, we got something cooking here. You know what I mean? So so as soon as you sign that, I sign it. I could probably get someone in there by this weekend, and I can probably hash everything out by the end of next week as far as if we have to change the price or whatever it may be. You know what I mean? And if we're good to go, we'll be like, hey, we're good to go, and we'll just wait for title to close,
Yeah. I tell you, they made it worse than what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know about all that stuff, but I got where you can get in.
All right. Cool.
That front door, you can come in there.
Okay. Cool. Do you have, since what happened a couple of days ago, do you have any new new pictures?
Yeah, she got on her phone.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Can you?
She didn't play around. She went in there, boom, 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 and then she got out of there with that copper.
All right. Can you ask her to send me some of those pictures, so just to give me a better idea?
Yeah, I can.
All right. All right.
I'll give her a call when I get done talking to you.
Okay, Mr. Alfred, and can you shoot me a text once you sign it, and so that way I know, and then I can go ahead and sign it myself.
Okay.
All right, sir. You have a good one. Okay. Thank you for calling. Bye bye.
Okay. All right.
I have a feeling that one's gonna go down to like 20 or 30. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, you can hear me, right? Tim, do you want Do you want Maine or do you want Oklahoma?
I'm greedy, man. I want everything. Whatever you send to me, bro.
You know what, bro? Since you've been working so hard, I will send you both. How's that?
Oh shoot.
I'll
Yes,
send you
sir.
Oklahoma and Maine. You're on a roll, so kill it. I'm gonna send you one right now. I'm gonna send you both. You gotta give them a call right now because these just came in. So you can say you filled out a form.
Right.
One of them might be a prank because she left her name as Jennifer Toothpaste.
Hmm.
I just saw that right now. Just FYI, just in case.
Jennifer Two-Face.
Toothpaste. And I'll give you the main as well. One is PPC and the other one is a property lead.
Got it.
So in other words, I need your follow-up game to be an A game. Oh, Athena says she can call, huh?
Yeah, give one to Kathina. Kathina is good. Old gold. What's that? The old gold leads, Caesar. A lot of them are replying back.
Yeah.
The contract that I sent, I just saw it. This lead was like February or something.
Yeah. Hey, remember that guy Carl Dozer? That was in Kansas, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh, Tim, I'm sorry you were sharing your good news earlier, and then my seller called.
Oh yeah. It's pretty yes, that's pretty much it.
Okay, yeah.
Not a lot. A small assignment fee, but still good. I think it's a good deal. If
Sweet.
everything checks out, then we should be good to go.
All right, Tim, you want to call those guys? I'm gonna go ahead and.
Let me check.
Oh, Platinum!
Oh, there you go.
Pretty excited getting your first contract signed today. Let's go. Tim, are you calling out of your desktop?
No, I'm calling on my phone.
Okay, cool. You might want to put it
Hopefully you
next to
guys
your.
can hear it.
We can't, but it's probably because it's just ringing right now, right?
Right.
1 8 3
Oh, we can definitely hear you.
158. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Let me try it again.
All right, you go do your thing. Just mute yourself once they're giving out their phone number, okay?
Got it.
And then unmute yourself again. I'm just gonna step aside for a quick sec.
One, 8, 3.
Yes. Hello, is this Jay?
Yes, it is.
Hey Jay, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer and I'm looking to buy a couple of properties, but it seems like you express an interest online that says you want to sell your property in 99 North Road. Are you still looking to sell it? All right.
Yes, I am.
All right. All right. How much do you want for this one, Jay?
Well, I was starting at 150, but negotiable. I just needed a spot.
Not a problem, brother. Well, tell me a little bit about what you got going on.
It's a 6-bedroom house, and I had 4 daughters. They moved away, and my wife passed away. My youngest just recently moved back, just a baby, so her birthday here. So it's an awful big house just for us. You know what I mean? It's just too huge, and the cost to keep it, heated. It's just too much. I don't need this much house, so I'm looking to downsize. But I didn't want to go through the whole rigmarole of, an MLS listing. You got to fix all this up. I'm looking for just like a gas deal, make it happen kind of thing.
Right, right. Hey, by the way, I'm sorry to hear that your wife passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably a lot of memories in that place, huh?
It's too expensive for me to keep going. I'm on Social Security, so that doesn't last very long once the bill collectors come around.
Well, yeah, I know, but plus it's too big, you said.
Oh, yeah, it's way too big. 6 bedrooms is crazy.
Right.
It was great. The kids were all here, but it's too much now.
Right, right. So you're all 4 of your daughters, they're out of the house?
Yeah, well, my youngest moved back for a bit. It's kind of like a layover until they find another place. So, but yeah, it's basically just me.
Right, right.
I do understand that. Um, so let's see here. Well, how big is it? I didn't see. I didn't get the square footage.
It's, I don't know as far as square footage, but it's, well, it was built in 1860. It's a Victorian farmhouse. And it's got 6 bedrooms, living room, big giant kitchen, pantry, laundry room, 2 baths. And it's got a full attic and full basement, and it sits on 20 acres.
Got it. And how long have you owned this one?
I bought it in 2012.
All right, so roughly around 14 years. In those 14 years, Jay, what upgrades or what repairs did you do on this property?
I took out all of the old single pane sash windows and put all new windows, insulated. You know, the new windows.
Right.
So it's got all new windows. I stripped all the old clapboards off and vinyl sided. The only thing with the vinyl is the 2 gable ends at the very peak. I couldn't get up that high, so those haven't been done. That still needs to be done. But I have all the vinyl here. I don't have the capability to get up there, and I can't afford to rent a lift or hire someone to come and do it. So that never got done. And outside the trim needs to be painted. Inside, I worked on the place about 3 months before the family moved in because it was basically unlivable when I moved here. I put pine floors down, wide boards, they're 10-inch wide boards, to keep with the farmhouse look. Did a lot of repairs to the horsehair plaster, and quite a few of the rooms still have tin ceilings, so I did repairs on them. And, so basically now it's interior would be paint, I would say. And exterior, like I said, finish the siding and paint the trim, or wrap the trim in aluminum, whatever. But the trim needs to be taken care of. I'll put it that way. That has been scraped and painted. And I put a new well pump in. It's got a drilled well. It's 450 feet deep. I've never had a problem with water at all. Water all kept good. And I got a brand new well pump that I put in this winter. It went out in the middle of the winter, so my son-in-law and I replaced that. So the well pump, the expansion tank, and the controls have all been replaced. That's all new. I installed 2 wall mount propane heaters, one in the kitchen, one in the big room upstairs. I have a room upstairs. It's called like a master bedroom, but it's huge. It's the same size as the kitchen. It's like a whole addition, the whole upstairs. It's kind of like a mother-in-law's apartment. It's a big room, and it's got a bathroom up there. I put a wall heater up there, and I have one in the kitchen, and I also have a wood stove, so there's three types of heat in the house.
Right.
I'm trying to think. I think that's pretty much it for big stuff.
Got it. So just curious, right? It says here it's 2,900 square foot. Is that sounds close to what you think?
Yes, I don't know.
It's okay, not a problem. So just curious, if I come there, buy the property, how much repairs do you think I need to do in order to get this in like a 2024 modernized property?
Oh, I don't know. I guess like flooring. If you didn't want pine board floors like the old houses, it's the shiplap, like say the wide pine boards, you'd be talking flooring and paint. They said the windows have all been done. I think flooring and paint, finish the siding, the things that I told you about would pretty much take care of it. everything else that's just before I moved here, it had a new septic system put in, and that was just pumped, and it had a new well put in. Like I said, just before, so those are both like 14 years old. And there's two chimneys in the house. There's one that's for the furnace, and then there's one that the wood stove is hooked to. And both of those have been relined with the stainless steel blue liner.
Got it.
They were repointed, so those are all good and safe. You know, it's not the old brick, you know, where you're still a chance of having a chimney fire and losing the house.
Yeah.
So that was all done.
Well, okay. So, what about I can see the roof right now. I can see those two chimneys on the pictures online. But do you have any problem in the roof foundation?
No, it's that block most of the foundation, so it doesn't weep. It's all. You know, there's no concrete between them. I mean, people are trying to patch it, but back in the day, they would just stack in their big giant green blocks, and but it's all still good. And the whole back wall in the basement, before I bought the place, they jacked that into the house up, that whole side, excuse me, tore out the granite block, and they poured a reinforced fiberglass reinforced concrete wall across the whole back, and they, you know, leveled out the floors and replaced the sill, and because there was an issue with it out back, but that was all taken care of before I got here.
Right.
There's a sump pump. Spring and in the fall, you get a little stream of water that goes across the basement floor, leads right to the sump pump. You say with the stack block, really, unless someone wanted to redo it. I mean, it's just a flood or anything like that. You know, if you have a real heavy snow melt, there'll be a little trail of water going across, and the sump pump takes right care of it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures right now and a couple of properties, but just curious, all right? Like what, like how fast do you want to sell this one, Jay? Yeah.
Well, I'd like to as soon as possible, but the only thing would be is I would need time for the kids to find a place to move to. I found a place tentatively that I could get. Of course, it all depends on how long it stays for sale. You know, if someone buys it before I do, then I'm shit out of luck. But I can go to my son-in-law and daughter's house until I find a place. But, you know, I'd like to have, you know, before winter, I'd like to have enough time. I'd say, I don't know, a couple months, 2-3 months, something like that.
2 to 3 months. Okay.
Or sooner. I mean, you know, depends. Like I said, it depends. I don't really know what the kids are planning. They were thinking about moving to Texas. They have friends down there, but I don't know.
Right. So I thought all four of your daughters already moved out and one of them came back, right?
One came back. She's been here just about the end of winter. They came back.
Got it. So you only have one daughter that you're trying to find a place before you sell this house, right?
Or yeah, they need a place to go. So I just want to give them enough time to find a place or whatever. And which would be a question that I would have for you. If we say we come to a deal, everything is great, you know, we're agreeable on both ends, we're ready to make a deal. Is it possible to do the deal, do the closing and all that? I get paid, you get the deed, you know, all that stuff is taken care of, you know, with the title people and all that. Could I get like a month after that to get them squared away? And the reason being is I don't have money. Like I want to get a big roll-off dumpster because I got a lot of stuff here that needs to get rid of. You know, stuff the kids left and other people that have moved in and out. You know, friends of theirs have left stuff. You someone else. I think that's a pretty horrible thing to do.
Well,
How many days does he need?
So is that something that's possible? Could that be worked into it, or?
well, Jay, that's a good question. So, and we do this all the time. To be honest with you, 1 month
Put him on
is a
hold.
little bit.
Put him on
One
hold
month
for a
is
second.
1 month is a little bit it's a little bit long. But what we can do is maybe, yeah, because I want to try to help you out. I got kids too, right? So I can probably do around maybe like 2 to 3 weeks. But with that being said, we can do a holdback and lease back, right? Like let's say we can hold back like, I don't know, 5-10 grand on the money that you have. Then once you guys all moved out on the time that we agreed upon, then we send back the money to you. We just hold it at the escrow.
Okay, so that way, then, if it ends up in a year longer or something crazy happens, you've got like basically like rent. You could deduct a certain amount. Is that what? Am I getting this right?
Exactly, that's exactly right. So let's.
I got no problem with that. That would be fine. Something on that idea would be fine. I totally understand that. I don't mind you guys covering your ass at all. That's just good business.
Oh yeah. Well, just the lease back is what will be whatever the market rent rate is. But that's you're definitely right. And like what I said, I got kids, Jay. I know that you look up to them, so that's not usually a problem for us. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So that's a great question. But what I do is we do want to close this. If we agreed upon a price, we do want to close this as soon as possible. But the only thing is, so here's our process, right? What we do is, once we agreed upon a price, I'll send you a quick 2-page purchase agreement, and you look at it. All the things that we discussed is there, the lease back option and whatnot. Then once you sign it back to me, um, once I get it, I will send my contractors and my partner. And once everything checks in, like the way you told me it is, then we close on the day that you want, quick and easy. But the only thing is, when we go there and suddenly the roof, half of the roof is gone, crazy things like that, then obviously I come back to you and be like, hey, this is not going to work. So two things you can do is either, we do a price drop and you take it and we move forward, or we cancel the contract, right? It's your house.
I understand that.
Right. Right. So that's pretty much it. But
everything I told you is on the up and up. I'm not trying to hide anything. I fully expect someone to, I don't expect you to look at a sky view from Google Maps and go, oh yeah, I'll give you, what you want. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't expect you to do it.
oh yeah. And so far, talking to you, like, I know you're a pretty straightforward guy, and I do the same, right?
Yeah.
We're very transparent on how we do the business, and that's just how we do the business, right? And if something comes up, I'm gonna tell you as soon as we can. So I'm not gonna hold you up on a very long time, right? So that's not how we do the business. But just I got a couple more questions here. Let me see here. And just curious, right? If I because you've been in this area for what, 14, 15 years. If I do the old shenanigans, like I fix it up to like a fully remodeled house and whatnot, how much do you think I can sell this property for?
From what I've seen around here, just floating around looking for something I'm looking to purchase after here. But when I see stuff, I've been seeing it range from like 225,000 and up. But some of those don't even have like the property that it'd be like 5 acres, but I have 20 acres here. So, but somewhere around in that general area, or something that's ready to go on the market, an MLS listing, it'll be fine for the inspectors to come through and loans and all that crap. I understand all that. But I think it's fair to say right around there.
Right around 225, you say?
Yeah, like 225. I've seen up to like 300 and something thousand, and some even more. Smaller house and less property.
Right.
They're a newer house for one. It wasn't built in the 1800s. They were built, fairly recent type things. Capes and that type of house, not old Victorian. But I feel safe in thinking somewhere around there.
All right.
I believe. I haven't, to tell you the truth, I haven't really investigated, fair market value of how much other houses in the area is. I can tell you the house next door to me sold for $110,000, and it was a hunting camp that they turned into a 4-season home on 7 acres, and it still looks like a hunting camp. They just insulated it and threw a furnace in it. And like I said, it's on 7 acres, and that went for 110. And I don't know if that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy around here. You go a town over, and the prices are way more expensive. I think it just depends on the area, but right around here, yeah, that's pretty much what I've been seeing.
Yeah. Let me plug in my numbers here real quick, so at least you have something on your mind, because as investors, like, we don't want to get rich of one deal. We just want to make sure that we keeps the lights off. I got 3 kids. One of them is a 5-year-old that eats like an 18-year-old. So very, very expensive, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
Right. All right. So let me see here. So you definitely want to move out before winter, right?
Yeah.
So if we agreed upon a price, you're ready to you're ready to close this within the next month?
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Right. We just have to talk.
As long as afterwards, because like I say, I want to get a roll-off dumpster. That's $900, and I just don't have it. If I had it, I'd have it here right now, and the place would already be empty. But I can't afford that. So, I'd like to do that. But once you guys, once everything's done, loads of shit to haul out of here. I don't want to do that to anybody.
And well, yeah. If you can help us on that, but that's not really a problem, because what we do is we buy this. We buy houses cash and as is, right? And we don't mind if you leave a little bit of things here and there. We're just gonna remodel the whole thing. So we're just gonna clean it up and trash it. That's pretty much what we're going to do. So we want to make sure that it's easy and as hassle free for you at the same time, because what's the point of you taking all of the stuff if we're just going to demolish most of it and rebuild it back? Because what we do is we modernize it, put new appliances, countertops, kitchen, bathroom. Then we will sell it with a new, maybe a newlywed family that have kids that wants to have a 6-bedroom house, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, give me 1 second here.
It'd be too bad to turn it into a duplex either.
Yeah, it's there's a potential, man. It's like a 6-bedroom, but the only thing is, it seems like we have to do a lot of work. That's why I'm jotting out my numbers here, and I'm looking at the area right now. Hold on 1 second, all right? Just hold on 1 second. Don't get up. Let me type this one in. Hold on, Jay.
Yeah, it takes time.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
Muted.
dude. It needs a full everything, right?
Is he on mute? Hopefully.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
So here is my calculator. I don't know if you guys agree with this one, but
Put
hopefully
it
you
up.
guys see it.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
This is the as is price that I see on PropStream. So, but I think you can sell more.
Because of the acreage.
Where are you getting 290 from?
I got one right here on PropStream. It's actually closer.
I think there's one that sold there on North Road.
Yeah.
For 290.
That one that
290,
sold
that's
for
right.
290. That one that sold for 290. It's 176 North Road. It only sold for 200. If pull it up in PropStream and look at mortgage and transaction history.
Oh,
So go to details.
But I think that one was way smaller on square footage. We didn't have like 44,000.
What's the price per square footage?
On the
No,
lot, wasn't it?
click on one. Click on one, Tim. Click on the address. No, 170 North. Yeah, and then click details. Boom. Now you're on the other screen. So go to the other screen and share that tab.
176 North is the one that you're using as a comp, right? It says that it's showing that it sold at 290 on 5/15/25.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
Go up, Tim.
But
Go to MLS or not mortgage. I mean, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Jacob. Sorry, man.
no, you're good. Like if you pull up property information, I don't know where it's like. All I see is the last sold date, and that was on like 2024 January 1st.
No. Well, Jacob, look at this one. Look at the loan amount, 275. So this thing did sell for 290.
Yeah, because on Privy it shows it sold 2 months ago, May 15.
How much?
25. It was on the market for like 400 days. It sold for 290.
This is so weird.
And then there's one that sold on Smith Hill for 159. That one was shy of 10 acres, 9 acres and a half.
And how many acres do we have here?
This is 20 acres.
And the one
That's
on
not our
42
property,
Smith
right?
Hill Road.
Go back to our property, Tim. That's not our subject property. Go to the other tab.
See, and here's what address is that?
170.
170. Okay,
Yeah.
that's probably why, because it's showing 176 for me.
Okay, so go back to your calculator, Tim. I think we're okay with 290 because ours has more acreage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would have to be at 100.
You have to be at. So should I go 80, 90? Let me do 80 first, right?
I'd start at 90 and just come up to 100 at the most.
Okay.
But how much is he asking for?
150.
Yeah. So you need that to be at 100 at the most. So I would anchor at 90 and then come up with just put 100 on there, so you can see what your thing is. So yeah, just do your thing, bro. You know what to do.
Hey Jay. All right, brother. Hey, sorry, gotta put on a couple of numbers here and there and figure this one out. So yeah, so you said you want 150. Yeah. Do you have a wiggle room on that? How much is it? Yeah, looking at your property and a couple of properties out there, and the things that we have to do here, we have to put in a couple of rehab here to make it clean. Plus, like what I told you, we'll pay for all the holding costs and closing costs and whatnot. So I will want it to be around 90s.
In the 90s, yeah, I could do that. Yeah. It's like the lowest offer I've gotten so far is 120.
You said that's the most that you did.
No, the lowest. I got another estimate from someone for 120.
120.
That would probably be like the low end for me.
Got it. Let me put that number. How come? Just curious. How come you didn't take it?
Well, I want to call my options. I don't want to just go with the first person that comes along. I don't, I just better get as many options as I can and then make a decision from
Right. So you're shopping around, right? Yeah, that's one of the things that, well, you gotta look out for yourself, right? But at the same time, we have to look out for our business too, right? Exactly. Yeah, that and that's funny because that's what we usually do, right? Like what I told you. That's why if we agreed upon a price, we sent you a purchase agreement contract before we move everyone out. Because couple of years back, that's what we do. We send a contractor to check out the property. Then after the contractor goes back to me and we're like, Tim, everything is good. I called the seller. I was like, Jay, we're good to close. And guess what the seller told me? I just signed a contract to a different buyer. So I wasted like.
No, if I got to a position like that where we were agreeable, then that would be it. We're not gonna. I wouldn't pursue it any further.
Right.
The only time I would be if we came to an impasse and we couldn't agree. But no, to me that's like a promise, which is the same as a handshake, and I wouldn't break that. I'm not that kind of person.
Right, and that's how I feel about you when talking to you, right?
Yeah. Treat people right, no matter what.
Right.
So I wouldn't do that.
Well, the bottom line is, Jay, what will make you choose me today and just stop shopping around?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. Because right now it's hard because right now I'm just in the beginning process of talking to people, so I don't know, and I'm still waiting on phone calls. So I wouldn't want to say anything and have to go back on myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely understand that, and like what I said, we've been doing this for quite a bit now, and well, I'm just asking because Jay, because I'm in the house buying business and just not in a offer making business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I want to buy the property and make money, but at the same time, I want to help you too. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
I just don't want my price to be shopped around and go on a bidding war. All right, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know. I guess I'll give you your best offer, and in a day or two I can give you a call back. Something like that. I give these others, like I said, I put it out there to a couple other people, so I give them a chance, and I tell them the same thing that I'm telling you, but I wouldn't be going back and forth, call up and say, hey, this guy just offered me this. You know what I mean? I would take the best of what I get, and then I would let the other people know that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I do understand that, Jay, but that's that's still a bidding war, right? Because here's what they're going to do, Jay, and I've been doing this business quite a bit now, and this is what they do. So they come to you, and they will even some people, trust me, they're not gonna be transparent to you like me. They will offer you 150 at first. Some do. They'll be like, I'll buy it for 150. You sign the contract, then once they got you on there, then they'll be like, hey, I really need this one at 130. Then they're gonna slide you down to like 100. Then now you end up wasting your time, your money, your resources, right? And they do that all the time. Now me, I'm already transparent to you. That's why when I told you that 90 is my number based on my calculation, that is the right number, right? And I'm not gonna go back to you and I'll be like, hey, I need this at 80. No, at 90, that is the lowest. That is the lowest number. So here, let's do this, Jay. So you are at 120 right now, and I'm at 90. Let's meet in the middle, like peanut butter and jelly, and I'll bring the bread. Let's do all at 105.
Okay, dude. Well, is this something that I can think on? I don't want to make a decision right here, right now. No matter what, even if I don't talk to someone else, I'm going to need to think on it. I want to.
Yeah, Jay. Look, this is your property. This is your house. I understand that, right? Definitely. No, no one's gonna take that house away from you. This is your choice. I'm not gonna force you to buy it. Like, I can't do that. You'll put me in jail, or you're probably gonna beat me up, right? So, yeah.
I want to give it some thought.
That's totally fine. So,
I want to take that figure and I want to factor it into what I need to do and see if that'll work for me.
I understand, Jay. So here's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna send you the agreement so you can have something to look at.
Okay.
All right, check it out, look it up, then make a decision. If you make a decision today, that would be fine. I'm ready to rock and roll. We can do this as quick as you can. Once everything checks out, you're good to go, right? But if you don't like it, just give me a quick text. Hey Tim, I understand, but I don't like these numbers, and I'm good at the same thing. Not not all deal closes, right? So I understand your situation.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
It sounds good.
Can I ask, what company are you with?
I'm with XVR Properties. XVR Properties, and I will send. It's going to be on the purchase agreement.
Okay, yeah.
So you will see this. Yeah, you can look us up, and yeah. All right. So let me see. Today is what? Today is Wednesday. So is it fair for me to send it to you and you look it up, make a decision, then by Friday, end of the day Friday, if I don't get it back to me, I can give you a call and just see how you're doing?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, brother Jay. Appreciate it. All right. I'll send it to you. Yes, sir. No, hold on. You're right. Let me see if your email is here. It's Bumpa.
That's slang for grandfather. that's what the kids call me.
Oh, Bumpa. Wow. Yeah. How many grandkids you have? Okay. Wow. Okay. And how many kids you have? 4 all daughters?
Yeah, 4 dogs.
Wow. Awesome, brother. Well, I'll send it to you in like 15 minutes. All right. All right.
And your name is
Tim Lumbao. TimLumbao. Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
All right, Jay. Talk to you soon.
All right, I appreciate talking to you. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
for your time, and I'll check that out.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Awesome.
105.
What? Let's go, Tim. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts about that call?
It's good. It's a good call, man. I think he's gonna think about it. I think he doesn't want to shop around, a lot. So yeah, I think he's gonna think about this. But my feeling is I have to follow up a little bit
Yeah. Can I give
on
you
this
two quick
guy.
feedback?
Yeah,
Real quick
definitely.
First of all, you did great on it. You kept the ball rolling. I think I wasn't listening in the beginning because I was on another call, but I feel like you got him opening up, told you some motivation, so forth and so forth. Uh, um, two things I would say is one, instead of saying would Friday be fair enough for me to give you a call, would be more of is Friday enough time for you to think about it? So hey Jay, I always put an expiration on my agreement because like I said earlier, I don't want it to be shopped around. So giving you 48 hours, is that enough time for you to think about? Yeah, okay, great. My offer expires on Friday. If you sign it, great. If you don't, I'll buy another house.
Right. I like that.
Right. That's a different approach than let me call you on Friday to see how you're doing. Because then now
Right.
right, there's
I'm
no sense
selling.
of urgency.
Right.
You're selling and there's no sense of urgency.
Got it.
So that's one. The second thing is I put on the private chat, and I put in parentheses, only say this if you don't have the true motivation, which is before I let you go, you just said something. You said you need to run your numbers to make sure you can do what you need to do. So what exactly is it that you need to do, and how much do you need? I don't know if you know that already. If you already know that, then I would have harped on that. If you don't, I would ask it. And I'm only asking this question because of the last thing he said. Because remember, he said, "Can I think about it? Because I got to do this, and I need to make sure that I can do what I need to do." So for me, if you have your motivation, then I would say, "Hey Jay, like I completely understand now. When you say you need to do, earlier you mentioned you need to do this, that, and that, right? Is there anything else you need to do that we didn't talk about? Is there anything else that you want to accomplish that we haven't uncovered yet?"
Right.
Because if he says no, those are the things that you need. And are those things, will 105,000 achieve those things? I don't know because I wasn't listening.
Exactly. Right.
So,
Right. That's a good catch. Yeah. Yes. I didn't listen to that. Yeah, that's a good catch. Like he did say that. Like he's gonna run his numbers to make sure that he can do what he needs to do. Right.
yeah. So for me, it's like, what is that?
What is that? Right.
Right. So, and once again, I didn't hear the first part of the conversation. So if you have those, so if I were to ask you right now, I mean, I don't want you to put you on blast, but what are on your notes? Like, what are his motivations?
Yeah. The motivation is just he wants to move out because he got like memories of the family there, and his wife passed away.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's
So,
just ready. Yeah, it's just too big for him. All his daughters already moved out. Just one just moved back in. So that's the problem that he had. But yeah, it's too big. Too big for himself. And he have a place that he can move in
how much is
already.
that?
Yeah, but he said it's his friend. What I should have said is I should have just dig a little bit more, like
How much is
are
that?
you, yeah, how much is that, or are you planning to buy a property? Like what's your plan with the money that you're gonna get in?
Exactly. So at this
So
moment, you have the first layer of motivation, which is actually a really good motivation. He just doesn't want the memories, right? Like for most people, even myself, depending on what day I call this guy, that might be my main motivation in my head, right? But he said he's gonna go to his friend, get a new place. Great. Where is that place? How much do you need for that place? Are you gonna be buying? Are you gonna be renting? How much do you need? Like you need to attach him leaving. There's no attachment there. You can't attach 90,000 or 105,000 to that.
mm-hmm.
You know, so
Right.
I would say, hey, so because if you heard what he said that, hey, I need to run on my numbers to make sure I can do what I need to do, then I would say, hey, earlier you mentioned you're going to move to your friends. Is that what you meant by that? What you need to do? Yeah. Well, how much do you need to do that, to accomplish that? Are you going to be renting or are you going to be buying? Right?
Right.
Because then at that point he's gonna say, "Oh, dude, I need 120,000 for that."
Mm.
Okay, great. Well, what if I give you 105 of it? 105 is still better than zero. You know what I mean? Because now I can attach that number to something.
Right. And we can figure out like why is he willing to take that 120 and not willing to take that 105 if that, if that's the case, right?
That's right. That's right.
Right.
So those are the only two things, man.
Good
I know
call,
I kind
bro.
of I talked a lot there, but Jacob, Edward, I don't know if you guys have any feedback for Tim or if you guys were listening. We don't have to because I know we want to
Yeah.
make calls. But
I was about to say I was not listening. I've been balls to the wall today, going absolutely crazy. And honestly, I'm about to have to jump out of here. I've got so much stuff going on, man. Shit
all
going to
right,
hell with buyers, like
no worries. Do your thing,
contracts
bro.
getting sent out. So,
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I really just kind of wanted to come in and hang out for a second, show my face. But I think
Wonderful.
for the most part that I listened to, I think you did great. So just keep it up.
Cool.
But,
Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate you hopping on, man. You're
Thank
welcome
you.
here anytime, bro. You can hop on anytime you want.
Absolutely, guys. Y'all take care.
All right, cool. Thanks, Jacob. Cool, Tim. So that's good. Let me call this lead. Tim, did you send out 2 contracts today? Holy shit.
No, just one.
What are you talking about? I thought you said you sent out a contract earlier.
Oh yeah, I did. That's with Ray.
Yeah, so you sent a contract with Ray, now you sent a contract with Jay.
With Jay. Yep, that's right.
Well, yeah, hopefully we get a lead named K and you're good to go.
Right. Yes, sir. Oh, Caesar. So for that lease back, can I put that on the what's that on the agreement?
Oh
What do
yeah,
I put in there?
you might want to do this on a doc first before then you're gonna have to upload it. I'm gonna have to do this, I guess.
But I can just type it, right? There's like an agreement box there.
Yeah, but
then I can just type it.
No, it's gonna be too much. It's gonna be too much. Give me a sec.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hop off here for a minute.
For sure, man.
All right,
See you,
guys. Hey,
Edward.
man, appreciate you having me on here.
No, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Sir, see you later, Tim.
See you later, bro.
All right, Tim. I'm just gonna have to look for this agreement that I usually have. Okay, you have a. I can share a Google Doc for you, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you type in your email address on the private chat? That would go to Google.
Let me see what I use.
This is Jay, right?
Yep.
How many days does he need? 30 days?
He said 2 to 3 weeks. Or maybe 30 days. We can just put 30 days.
Did you put your email address there or no? Oh yeah,
I
you
did.
did. All right, I'm gonna share this with you right now so you can see what I'm doing. All right, I just shared it.
And how can I get it? On my email?
You should probably, yeah, it should probably show up on your
Oh,
email.
okay. Got it. Gmail.com. Okay, I see it.
So if you want to scroll all the way down to other agreements, so you're obviously gonna have to change all of that information for him, right?
Oh, okay.
So,
Got it.
but if you scroll
So
down to
do I
other
change it
agreements,
now?
yeah, you
Do
can
I
start
change it
changing.
right
You can start changing all that information, like the date, his name, his property address. Put it all in
Got it.
there.
All right. I'm on the other agreements, right? Okay.
When is the closing date?
Um,
No, I'm handling the other agreements part. You can watch and see what I'm doing, but when is the closing date going to be?
30 days from now. He wants to close as soon as he can, but he just wants to make sure that once we close, he got like 30 days
He's
before
got
they
30
can move
more
out.
days. Okay.
Yeah.
So 30 days by writing. Perfect. Okay, cool. So do you see the other agreements?
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now.
You know what? I can share my screen. I'll share this with you guys for anyone that's watching, because I'm not showing any of the. Oh no, wait, it's gonna show the address. All right, there's a way for me not to show it. Give me 1 sec. 1 second, guys. Just gotta protect ourselves here. So let me share this for the folks that are watching so you can see what I'm doing. All right, perfect. Tim, it's not showing any address, right?
No.
And no information. Okay, cool.
No address aside from that one on the side.
What side?
The now I don't see anything.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Sweet. So guys, this is what Tim was talking about with the seller. The seller will have 30 days to move out. So what that means is we have to do two things. It's called the holdback amount and the lease back amount. So seller has 30 days post closing date to vacate the property. At closing, the title will withhold $10,000 of the seller's net proceeds, which is called the holdback amount, which shall be released to the seller upon seller's full and timely vacature of the property, as confirmed by the buyer in writing. If the seller fails to vacate 30 days post-closing, then the title is instructed to release the holdback amount back to the buyer. So this really puts an incentive on the seller to actually move out in the time frame that they said they're going to move out, because they can lose that $10,000. That protects the buyer. Does that make sense, Tim?
Yeah.
Okay. So in those 30 days, we'll also lease the property, not we, but the end buyer will lease the property to the seller, which is called a lease back. And the lease back period would be what? The 30 days. Right? And then the lease back amount would be market rate.
So I got a question on that. So let's say they did not move. They did not move yet, and the 30 days is done. That's the time that they have to. So how can I say this? So they did not move on after 30 days. Then you don't give them the whole 10,000 or just the market rate.
Yeah, no,
price.
they lose it. They
lose
it.
the 10K.
That's what it says there. So that gives them all the incentive in the world to move out of there in 30 days.
Got it.
Okay. So question for you now, Mr. Seller. Do you need 30 days? Do you need 45 days? Let me know. Right. But right now, and he understands it, right? Because the longer he stays there, the more money we're losing. Why? Because we can't put it on the market. We can't start our work on it. We can't do anything.
Right.
It's dead money. And we're paying taxes, insurance, utilities, right? So we want to work on it as quickly as possible. So if you need 30 days, I'm okay. I'll be flexible with you, but I need to protect myself. So if you say you can leave out there in 30 days, then we're going to do this holdback. And now you really have an incentive to move out of there because you don't want to lose 10,000, right?
Right.
And quite frankly, we don't want that $10,000 because it's going to cost us more than $10,000 if you decide to stay there longer than 30 days.
Right.
You get what I mean? Mr. Seller, you don't want to lose 10,000. Mr. Seller, I don't want that $10,000 back. Because if I get that $10,000 back, that means I'm in deep shit and I'm going to lose more money.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Like we're on the same page here, Jay. Like I don't want that 10,000. Because if I get that 10,000, that means I'm losing money. What do you mean? Well, because that means you're there. And every month, every day that you're there, my guys cannot work on it. Right. So I'm not only 1 month behind now, I may be 3 to 6 months behind. Why? Because what if I miss the good market to sell? What if by the time I sell it, it's winter time and no one's buying until January and February or March?
Mm-hmm.
So missing 30 days of work can mean that I may be missing 3 months.
Right.
You get what I mean? So when you explain it that way, then he understands like, hey, like these guys are not after my 10,000. I want you to move out of it. That's why I'm putting a number that will incentivize you to move out.
Right.
Does that make sense? Now, on the lease back amount, let's say we agree that the market rate is 1,500. He can either pay us 1,500, or we can just take 1,500 from the 10,000. So that means on the 30th day when he moves, title release is 8,500.
Now I get confused with that one. All right, so say it again, because
Okay.
they moved out before the 30 days. Why do they have to pay me the 1,500?
No, we're giving them a lease, so they have all the way to 30 days. So we're just going to charge them for a whole month's worth.
Okay.
Yeah. Now,
I see.
if he wants to negotiate to do it prorate, that's fine. We can prorate it. So we can change it of he's got 30 up to 30 days, and we will charge him market rate per day. But we want to keep it as simple as possible.
Got it.
Right? We're giving you 30 days so that you can breathe. Just make sure you get out of there in 30 days.
Got
We're
it.
charging you we're charging you for the full month, for that full 30 days. So take advantage of that full 30 days.
So we still have to charge them no matter what, right? But it's just gonna take it's just gonna be been taken out on that 10,000.
Yeah, we can either take it out of that 10,000, or whatever we wire, whatever gets released to them would be $1,500 less. Whatever it is. Either way, he doesn't have to out pocket any money. Right? We can either just give you, let's say for the sake of argument, Jay, let's say market rate there's $1,000. So we got two ways of doing this. We can either just take $1,000 from you on the closing date, right? So if we're gonna wire you, let's say after the holdback, you're supposed to get 90,000. Well, and then we'll just tell title company to give you 89 and to give us $1,000 out of that, right? Or we can just say, hey, we'll give you the full 90. And then when we release the 10, we'll only release 9,000 because the other $1,000. Either way, you don't have to write us a check for that rent.
Right. Got it.
Okay, cool. So now you have this, Tim. So go ahead from the top of the contract, start filling out all the information. The date, the seller. There's only one seller, right?
There's only one seller. Let me check.
Okay, how do I delete this? Yeah, so just put all of his information, and then when you're done, tell me. I can load it up on Resimply. All right. While you do that, I'm gonna go ahead.
Caesar. So there's two owners, but the wife died.
That's fine. So you just put his.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, I think I might have to break this video apart. I think I dropped a lot of golden nuggets today. Oh, let's see. Turn them into like short videos or something. Tim, isn't it fun when you're talking and I can just like either whisper to your ear or
oh yeah,
dude.
Send
you
that helps, man. Because I don't know what I don't know what to say on that on that what do you call that lease back. Like no idea how does that work. I was like, good thing Caesar is there, so I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the chat. I was like, shoot.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Heck, did we use up all of our minutes again? I just loaded up earlier.
been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey Ash, good afternoon. My name is Caesar, calling by your property on Grant Street. Looks like you filled out a form on my site. Looks like you're looking to sell. I'm actually a cash buyer in that area, and I am looking to buy. So when you get a chance, give me a call. Thanks.
Hey Caesar, real quick. For the legal description, I can use the APN number.
Why? There's no legal description on the thing?
Yeah, I don't see the legal description in prop.
Okay, so then just put, yeah, so put APN hashtag, then the number. Okay, so I don't need to look at. So you're taking care of Jennifer, right? Jennifer toothpaste.
Yes. His name
Can
is
you- can you
well,
do
her
that?
name is similar to that. Yeah, her last name, Tooth something.
Yeah. And then you got Jay, so make sure you put your notes on there. I think you're pretty good with those notes. Take a screenshot of your calculator and download it onto files. Remember to do
Got
that.
All right, Caesar, I think I'm done. Let me double
Are
check.
you?
Okay, should be good.
Why is there a quote right next to harm in APN? Oh, did you mean to do a? Did you mean to do
You said,
that?
oh, hashtag. Okay.
105, 704. Yeah, so something like this, Tim, like 704, right? Question for you: do you want to get paid in July or June?
Well, what do you mean?
Do you want to get paid in June? Do you want to get
Oh
paid this
yeah,
month, or do you want to get paid next month?
I want to get paid tomorrow, bro.
All right. So
Yeah,
if that's the
that's
case, then that's the case. Then you should put June 30 or June 26, 27. You know what I mean?
why is that? Because we can close on or before July, right?
Yeah, but title companies, when they see July 4th, they're going to be like, "Oh, I want to close on July 4th," which, by the way, isn't a holiday.
Ah, okay. I see.
So
I see what you.
if anything, why don't you do this? Why don't you just put June 30 on closing date? June 30 on closing date, and then so in that way, the lease back and everything would be for the whole month of July.
Got it. All right, that makes sense.
Right. So all I'm saying is 30th versus the 4th. Bro, I'd rather get paid now than July. So I'm just gonna go for June 30th.
Got it.
Right. The agreement that I sent out earlier, I have June 26th as my closing date. Why? Because if I need if title takes a while, or if the wiring doesn't happen on the time where the bank's still open, at least I still have the 27th, which is a Friday, and then I have the 30th, which is a Monday, to get paid on.
Got
If
it. Got it.
you put July 4th, you're most likely going to get paid on July 3rd.
Oh, I see.
So you kind of have to play games with yourself when you're looking at those dates.
And that's how the title company will look at it, right? If
Yeah,
you put in
dude.
July 4th, they'll be like, hey, July 4th. So they're not gonna do their best.
No, they ain't gonna do shit. They ain't gonna do shit until the week of the 23rd, or they probably won't do anything until the 16th. That's when they're gonna start working on it. They can start working on it, and then they're gonna screw around. Oh, we need more paperwork. Blah blah. Oh, it's Independence Day. Guess what? Our team decided to close on a Thursday for a 4-day weekend. They don't. Title companies don't give a shit about you or your pay. They don't care about anyone. So
Really?
yeah, why should they?
No, I don't know,
yeah.
bro. I never
Yeah,
worked
no,
with them yet, so hopefully this is the first time.
No, they don't. They look at the time and they're like, okay, I have time on this. What they'll do is they'll work on the other ones that are due, that has a closer due date. And they'll just keep pushing, and they go, oh my gosh, we only have 2 weeks left. And then they'll do a rush order on it.
Got it. So should I do this at 26 on the 30th? I should do it at 26, just like what yours is.
Well, actually, let me see. This property, did you put it on Investor Base, which is what you pay
Actually,
for every
no.
month?
No, I did not.
So let's put it on Investor Base and let's see how many buyers we have there. Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Hey, nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So just put it out just put it on the 1st. I mean the 30th.
Why is there's nothing? I've been zooming out.
Yeah, I put 10 miles, 2 years. I found 2.
Oh, 10 miles. Dang.
So yeah, you want this to have as many days as possible because there's only a couple of people that will buy. Yeah, so just do the 30th on this one.
Okay.
All right. What else do and there's one person that I need to call. I can't remember who.
So, Cesar, this is done. The document. What do you want me to do?
Is it done now?
Yeah.
Okay. All the information are there?
Mm-hmm.
What's the guy's name? Do I have it? Do you go by Tim or Timothy?
Tim. Well, Tim, but my real name is Timothy.
Okay. And then this guy's name is this guy's name, right?
Yep.
You might as well just do what I'm doing. I'm doing it for you, but since you're already on here, might as well just put all his information. So all you have to do is just a signature and. There's one thing that you didn't ask them, unless you did and I missed it, which is what type of phone number do you have on there? Look at his lead. What kind of phone number is that? Tim, you're on mute.
Fine.
It's a landline. Yeah. So you should have asked him for his cell phone number. Just for the future.
Yeah, because he can text the pictures on that cell phone.
Yep. Actually, if I were you, I can, once you send this, give him a call and just say, hey, just want to let you know, just be like, hey, man, I was going to text you just to let you know that I sent over the agreement, so it should be in your inbox. But I just realized I don't have your cell phone. It's a landline. What's the best, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then while you're doing that, then you just go ahead and ask them, hey, anyway, you can send some pictures over, preferably 2 angles per room, zoomed out, plus the outdoors, plus the exterior. Oh, shit. Hold on, Tim. I'm almost done here. I knew I forgot something. Stoops. I'm just loading it up right now, Tim, on Resimply. Platinum, trying to work another deal, huh? Nice. Not a boy. Oh, Platinum, I gotta give you my cell phone number, dude. Let me do that in a little bit. I'll send it to you on IG. Tim, I'm pretty happy for you, man. 2 signatures, or not 2 signatures, but 2.
Yes, sir.
What do you feel like have changed from before till the last couple of days? Or has anything changed? Maybe nothing has changed.
More reps, bro. More reps equals more skills equals more close.
Love it. I love what you said earlier today. I'm like, yeah. I wasn't gonna say it, but it happens, man. You take time off, like it's a momentum thing.
Yeah,
We're in a momentum
that-
game.
right.
Right. That's why like who's game 1 on the finals? Has it started yet for NBA? Spacers against Oklahoma, right? Oklahoma's most likely going to lose tomorrow just because they've been resting for like a whole week. Longer than the other guys.
You bet on that, Caesar? The sports
No,
game?
I haven't bet all year this year. Or actually, I didn't bet last year either. I'm glad I didn't because I was going to bet on the Warriors winning the Western, which I think they would have if Steph didn't get injured. All right, Tim, I have it on there, and you can now do your e-sign stuff.
All right, let me see.
Property in Collin County. Oh.
Thank you for calling closed title. If you know your party's extension, please press it now or wait to be connected to a team member. Thank you for calling closed title. This is Linda. How can I help you?
Hey, Linda, it's Caesar. How are you?
I'm good, Caesar. Hey, so this is what's going on with your file. So that'll come out on our underwriting paper, right?
Okay.
So that's where we are right now. However, I'm going to tell you, I looked at the title commitment, and there's some issues on it. So let me tell you what I saw. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Just a second.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, okay? Give me 1 second.
You're fine.
Give me 1 second. Hey guys, I'm gonna mute myself because she's about to give some personal information. Tim, all you.
What's going on? It's okay. It's not gonna fall. Put it like this. It's okay. I'm just gonna fix it. Stop doing it. You done? Make sure you cover up, okay? All right, let me mix some calls here. I cover up. Yeah.
One.
831588852 is not available. You have reached ACS contract.
Tim, once you're done sending that contract, if you can make calls for the viewers, that would be awesome.
Yep. Let's. All right, guys, let's make some calls here real quick. Let me see if I can call my old PPC leads.
Has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 815823526. Oh, and please record your message.
Hey, Matthew, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer in the area and I'm looking to buy a couple more properties. You expressed an interest in selling your property in when you got this. Appreciate it.
Your mic is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you're finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey Loom, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer around the area, and seems like you're trying to sell your property. Give me a call back when you get this call. Appreciate it.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey George, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer around the area. It seems like you expressed an interest into selling your property here. Give me a call back when you get this one, and if you're still looking to sell. Appreciate it.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 51761983888 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey James, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer looking to buy a couple more properties around your area. Looks like you're trying to sell your property. Give me a call back if you're still looking to sell. Appreciate it, James.
I can get. Stop now.
Hey Richard, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer looking to buy a couple more properties around your area. Seems like you expressed an interest in selling your property here. But if you're still looking to sell, give me a call back. Appreciate it.
Please leave your message for 214646481. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Nine 377183341 is not available.
Hey Theodore, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer looking to buy a couple more properties around the area. Seems like you expressed an interest in selling your property here. If you're still looking to sell, give me a call back. Appreciate it.
Tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey Greg, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer looking to buy a couple more properties around your area. It seems like you want to sell your property here. Give me a call back if you're still looking to sell. Appreciate it. Hello, hello. Is this Sudhir?
Yeah.
Hey Sudhir, how are you? This is Tim. I'm a cash buyer looking to buy a couple more properties. It seems like you expressed interest on selling your property here in. Are you still looking to sell? Okay, let me pull it up real quick. How much do you want for this one?
It should be about 300,000 minimum.
300,000.
I'm looking at 330, 320.
Is it 300 or 330?
Between 300 and 330.
Between 300 and 330. Got it. All right, so here 300, 330. Tell me a little bit about what you got going on.
I think I talked to someone already about that. Because somebody says the manager will call them about the price.
Well, that someone is not me, so I don't know. This is the first time I talk to you.
I'm not gonna. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 737-276-4667 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey Harlan, this is Tim. I'm a cash buyer looking to buy a couple of properties around your area. Seems like you will express an interest in selling your property. Give me a call back if you're still looking to sell. Appreciate it.
Oh, title companies, title companies.
Caesar, I'm about to switch on that cycle sales soon, bro. Maybe maybe next week.
Nice. All right, boy.
Yeah, this X leads is not doing good.
I like it. Let me call this lead.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is
All right, this guy said in a couple of hours he'll be off. Hot lead. Let's go, baby. All right. Oh, Miss Amy. Oh gosh, dude. I gotta call this lady. I'm trying to get this thing under contract. All right. How do I do this? Screw it. Guys, this one that I'm going to call is going to be my last call. I'll be done for the day. 5 hours, dude. Not counting the hour that I started before I went live. So that's 6. I need to take a little break.
Hello, this is Amy.
Hey, Amy. Good afternoon. It's Caesar. How are you?
Doing fine.
I hope I didn't catch you at work.
No, my work is a stupid schedule. You work 2 days a week, either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday. Depending on which 2 days you work, you're either working the weekend or off the weekend.
Oh, no. Got it. So are you off today?
I'm off today, yes.
All right. So I caught you at a good time then.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. So I was talking to a couple of my local partners last night after I got off the phone with you. First and foremost, before I waste your time or mine, you didn't sign any contract, did you?
I have no contracts of any kind signed.
Okay, cool.
I worked last night and then I slept this morning.
Perfect. And perfect. Awesome. Everyone else too slow, and I'm quick. So, so I spoke with a couple of my partners, and I was telling them the situation, what you guys are trying to accomplish, and most importantly, kind of like your summary on the rehab, right, on what needs to be done. So,
yeah.
You sound like you know your numbers. Just curious, how solid are you on that 25,000?
I mean, if you're trying to go top of the line stuff, yeah, you could blow any budget. Okay. But
Of course, yeah.
But if you're realistic about what you want to put in here, and realistic about what you feel needs to be done and needs to be changed, 25 is a reasonable.
Reasonable. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want Taj Mahal, especially not in that neighborhood. I just want it to be like the neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like a newlywed's going to be looking at that house versus another house down the street or 2 blocks down. I just want whatever the updated model is to look like that, right? Like if I'm in California, it's going to be different from Kansas to Toledo, Ohio. So just to let you know,
when my mother had the house designed, she had it designed on French cottage. So the cabinets are French cottage style.
Mm-hmm.
So what we did when we remodeled, if you say a remodel, we came in here and just, painted the paneling because it was just too horrifically dark. But then we sanded all the kitchen cabinets and all we did was glaze them because the cabinets are custom built on site cabinets.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're built in. Okay, so if you really want to destroy this stuff, you're gonna have to disassemble a third of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the kitchen, you've got ceramic tile backsplash. Okay. So if you don't like that, well then that's a problem.
Yeah. No, I completely understand. It's just I have a good amount of network out there. I mean, that's the reason why I picked up the phone to begin with, because I've got a few partners out there, and there are times when we partner together, and there are times when I feel like it might not fit my portfolio, but it might fit theirs, right? Either way, if it fits their portfolio better than mine, what would happen is, let's say I come up closer to your number, we agree on it, we get an agreement, and then if anything, I can either be a partner with them or I'll just assign it over to them. Either way we do it, the money goes to your pockets, and that way your son or Aaron can move to Florida and do what he needs to do. So I talked to a few of them. They said, yeah, the 25 is pretty reasonable. Just based on the way I explained it, which is the way you explained it. And so it really opened my eyes because I was a little bit higher on that rehab cost, right?
We have a lower cost of living out here.
I know. And that's why I made the call right away. I'm like, maybe I'm missing something here because I absolutely enjoyed our conversation. I just felt like she knows what she's doing. She doesn't seem like the type of person that's trying to pull a fast one on me.
And I don't see that.
Yeah, and so my guys were looking at the market, the neighborhood. They're like, yeah, I think 25 would work. Obviously, unless something is, foundation issues or something on the big 6-ticket items. Otherwise, we know about the AC, which you mentioned, so that's already included on there. So, what my guy said is that we would be good at 55 on this.
Beautiful. I love you.
55. Are we good to go with that?
55 would be great.
All right.
Because it's close to our 60 cutoff, and it's close enough to where if I need to supplement him from my retirement fund, I can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, you got me beautifully close to the 60 mark.
All right. So I'll send over the agreement at 55 then. And then we should be good to go. Yeah. Perfect. All right, Amy. I think I might have. Maybe I should have called you and said 50 instead of 55.
But the 55 is perfect.
Yeah. No worries. I mean, like I said, I like to help people out as much as I can. So just a recap of what we discussed yesterday as far as my process goes. I'll send over the agreement shortly, that email address that you said, so you can view it. He can sign it. And then once everything is signed, I'll open title to do our title search.
Right.
And then
it's a beautifully clean title, baby. There's absolutely nothing on it. It went from my parents' hands to my hands to my son's hands. Perfect. And then while we're doing that, as I mentioned to you before, a
couple of things are going to happen. One, I'm going to send a couple of contractors out there to verify. I trust but verify always, as you know. And then also I'm going to send my a few of my local partners and a few of the other guys that's part of my community that maybe I haven't done business with, but would want to see your property and see if they want to partner with me. Okay. We'll do a quick. What's today? Today is the 4th. I'm assuming if everything is good to go on the agreement, you guys will be able to sign today. Can we close on it on the 25th? Was that? I think that's what we discussed, right?
Or sooner, baby. The sooner we can close it out.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna put 25th or sooner on the agreement. Okay.
Right.
And then what we can do is, and like I promised you before, as far as the way I work, usually within the first 7 to 10 days, if anything changes, I'll know right away, and then I will let you know. So in that way, I'm not gonna leave you at the altar on the 25th hour. That's what I'm trying to say. All right.
No, because I'll hunt you down.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, cool. So I'll send this over to you. Probably it'll take me 2 to 5 minutes. I'll send it over to you and I'll send you a text. Do you want me to call you back and go over it with you from top to bottom, just so that if you have any questions, we can be on the phone together?
Yeah, you can. I do have my tablet with me, so it'll be good to go because I cannot stand trying to do this on the phone. It's impossible.
Okay, perfect. So let me draft this and I'll call you back in 2, maybe 5 minutes tops. Cool?
Okay, I do have another call coming in, so give me about 10, 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes? Okay, I can do that. I'll call you in 10,
Thank
15.
you.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Boom.
Let's go, baby. Woo. I was at 40 at this. I called Hyro. Hyro's like, bro, that's a deal at 55.
Hmm.
And so I'm like, let's go, baby.
You said 40 and she doesn't want it?
No, they needed to be at 60 to 65.
Nice.
And I called Hyro because Hyro is really good with comping. I was like, Hyro, like, what am I missing here? And it was like, bro, it's like, that's Louisiana. Your rehab cost is just a little too high. And I'm like, okay. Heck yeah, baby. You ain't got nothing on me.
I'm gonna send one more contract for today, Caesar.
What?
I'm gonna send one more contract today, bro.
Let's go. Let's do it, man. Dude, we still have a few people on here. James, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Platinum, I think, still on here. Who's still on here, guys? While I'm filling this out, feel free to drop any questions that you have. Actually, what I would really, really appreciate is if you guys can drop maybe a key takeaway that you guys got from today's calls. I would really appreciate that. And secondly, if there's anything you would have done differently, I would really appreciate it, because just like what my channel says, I'm here to grow together with you guys and inspire each other. So drop some comments, drop it on the chat. I'd really appreciate it. Platinum. You still trying to figure out how to fill out? What do you mean you're trying to figure it out? How's this, Platinum? After this, I'm gonna go ahead and get off of this. If you want, you can give me a call. I can help you with it. Let me send you my my phone number, man. Let me DM you right now. If you want to give me a call in 30 minutes, plan them all. More than happy to. Or if you want to send me a copy of that agreement right now on IG or on my text, send it to me, and then I can take a look at it. I can let you know. William, when you say the drip campaigns usage was great, what do you mean by that? Long-term follow-up here in your 10 hits in 2 hours. Yeah. Do you have my campaigns? Or are you talking about just based on what you're maybe Tim said something or I said something? Yeah, guys, I'm gonna say something completely off topic, and I don't know if you guys believe me or not, but literally after the pandemic, I've taken a couple of those shots, and I swear they like some of my memory. It's a little bit weak nowadays. There are certain things where I'm like, I can't think of the word. I know what it is, but I just can't think of it. It's kind of like that COVID fog that they're talking about. Wait, did you say they do Louisiana or no?
Yeah, I think William is saying it's about the long-term follow-up. And yeah, you're right, William. Like a lot of times, all the old leads that we got, people just don't text them, don't call them again. But we get a few. The contract that I sent earlier is actually like a what 4 5 month old lead, so there's still a lot of potential on those old leads. You just have to have a good drip campaigns and a good follow up.
Yup. I think I do a pretty good job with that, huh, Tim?
Yeah, your drip campaign, Caesar. I actually want to put that on my own CRM. I just have to talk to Jake. That's why I'm moving to sales cycle. I just have to talk to Jake he can do it for me because he have a customer support that will teach us on how to do it. So that's the plan.
Yep.
And William, that's where I still have 200 leads that I need to have a drip campaign on. And once I got that drip campaign settled, just like what me and Caesar have on Resimply, then uh, I bet you I can get a couple of leads there.
Oh, I mean a couple of contracts.
Has it been 15 minutes since I got off the phone with her?
No idea, Caesar.
It's been 10 minutes. Question for you guys. You all are, the ones that are still watching. Would you want me to, you want to listen to me go over the contract from top to bottom? Or is that something that's going to be too boring and not worth your time? If you think that would help you guys, drop a 1. If you think, nope, that's too elementary, drop a 2. And based on what I see, that's what we'll do. Because this contract will be my last call before I get off, and then get back on it again later. Darn it, you guys. Why did I ask? Now I get 1s. I'm just kidding. Hey, Tim, were you on the phone with Timo earlier before you hopped on here?
No, not really.
Okay, cool.
Hey Caesar, for a wholesale deal, if you spend 322,000, 28,000 is a no deal, huh? Profit?
Will you risk more than $250,000 for?
Yeah, probably not.
For 300,000, you probably want to see, and it probably like 75,000.
75.
Yeah. What's the current market value?
350.
So what's 70% of 350?
Let me see.
It's 105. No. Yeah, 105.
245.
245. So put price to seller at 235, or just put price to seller at 245, and 0 for assignment fee. What's the profit now?
63.
There you go. Yeah, so you probably, if I were you, I would lock that up at 220. That's where I would anchor it.
Then get like 20K assignment fee.
Yeah. Or I just want you to anchor at 220. Maybe you can land at 230, 235. Because we had it at 245, right? So if we have it at 235, and then let's put 0 on the assignment fee, how much is the profit now?
Around 73.
73, right? Like I think if we go to Claude or Travis with that, I think that's where the sweet spot would be.
Got it.
I mean, 245 would be good, but hey, if 245 is good and we lock it up at 235, then we can get our $10,000 assignment fee now. You know what I mean? Because the key thing there is that ARV. Like, is that the current market value? If you're solid on that number, meaning can you sell that property at its current condition in the next 60 days at
For
350?
350. Right.
Yeah. You feel comfortable about that?
Yeah, I mean probably lower. So because this is basically the ARV. Hey Caesar, I gotta hop off, bro. I gotta
Oh yeah. No, yeah. Hop off anytime you
talk to
want
you
to.
guys soon. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for hopping on, brother. All right, guys. I will call this lady, and this will be the last one I will do. So you guys can hear me go over the contract.
Hello.
Hey, Amy, it's Caesar again. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Amy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Wonderful. I'm about to send you this agreement here. I do have one quick question for you before I do. As far as access goes, like I said, I'm gonna have to get my guys in there. How do you want to go about that? Do you have a lockbox on there? Do you?
No, my brother-in-law still lives here right now. We're working at housing for him.
Oh, that's
So he
right.
can let anybody in because he has no vehicle unless I'm loaning him mine.
Okay, so he's in there. So if we call you guys, maybe do like a 24-hour notice.
Oh, absolutely no problem.
That's not a problem, right? Okay.
No problem.
Is he there all the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, unless he's using my car for something, because he has no vehicle of his own.
Perfect. Okay. And by the way, the only reason why I ask Amy, and you probably experienced this before, a lot of times my contractors and my local partners, I don't have control over the calendar, and I'd be like, hey, can we do this on Wednesday? They're like, no, we can't do Wednesday. And then guess who calls me on Wednesday? They call me. They're like, hey, I'm down the street actually, and my other appointment canceled, so I can swing by now. So I just
Right. I don't have a problem with that. You know.
Yep.
Since I do not work during the day, I can take phone calls.
Yep. And then you can connect us to your brother-in-law or whatever it is. We'll work it out. That's fine. I completely forgot that your brother-in-law was still there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and send this right now. It is now sent. Hold on for a sec. Yep, you should see it. It should come from Resimply Contracts. Let me know if you see it. If you don't see it, please check your spam folder.
I'm still waiting for my tablet to boot up.
Oh, no problem. Take your time.
Oh, it's because every time I turn the damn thing off, it wants to run an update. Stop. These people just need to stop.
I know.
Okay. So let's see, read simply contract.
You got it.
Okay.
So once you click on it, there should say view document. So just click that yellow button.
Hang on. What?
Let me know once you have it open.
Yeah, I'm competing with my employer because both of them, this email account and my employer use Outlook. So there's one that wants to be the default, and the other one says I'm the default. Look. Oh, I feel like I'm fooling with children, even in software. Okay. Contract for purchase and sale of real estate, yeah.
All right, so today's date, party seller, that's Aaron's full name. At least that's what I saw on the county. That's my LLC name. And then subject property. Is that the correct address?
That is the correct address.
Perfect.
If you pull up the legal description.
Yep, I pulled that up on the county pretty much. I use a software called PropStream, and then they pull up this information straight from the county.
That's perfect.
All right, purchase price we agreed on 55.
Yeah.
This is a cash transaction.
Mm-hmm.
Buyer pays all closing costs. Okay. And I always put an expiration date on my contracts because I don't like my contracts being shopped around.
Right.
So, based on our conversation earlier today, I just figured if it's not signed tomorrow, then it expires.
Okay. Could you hold on a moment, please?
Sure. Yes, it is Simone. How should I say your name? It is a great way to end the day. This was actually a call that I was supposed to end yesterday, but I came in way too low.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to take that call.
No worries, Amy. All right, so closing date is where we left off.
Uh-huh.
So I put 6/25/2025 or sooner. So as you can see, it says closing will take place on or before.
Right.
As far as title companies go, because I will be partnering with a local partner on this one, I like to keep it as to be determined. And then we can use, what title company they'd want to use. Pictures and access. Let me know, by the way, if I'm going too fast or if you have any questions.
You're perfect.
Okay, perfect. So pictures and access, as you can see, there's 3 different options. I chose the last one, which is what we just discussed. I'll give you guys a call. Actually, what I will do is I will have my gal Brittany. Sometimes she goes by Brit. She will send you a text message probably in the next day or two introducing herself. She is in charge of scheduling those walkthroughs. Okay.
Okay.
And then, so this one's just saying like you're just allowing us to come in and do our inspection, which goes into the next part, which is the inspections. And then the next one is renegotiation based on condition. So once again, like I said before, I'm not going to nickel and dime you for a few $100 here or maybe even $1,000 there. But if we find something where it's like, hey, this thing's going to cost us another $10,000, that's a big difference. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And then as you can see on the I know it's a pretty big paragraph, but the last line of it, right, it says that buyer agrees to let seller out of this contract and render it null and void. In other words, if we come back to you and we say, hey, look, Amy, here's the situation, here's what we found, and this is going to cost us this much more, and we need to be at this number in order to make sense, at that point, you have two options. You can either rip the contract in half or agree with the new price. Either way, your decision on it, okay?
Okay.
Encumbrances, I can never say that word. All it is if there's anything, any issues, we obviously want to make sure it's taken care of before we close on it.
Right.
Risk of loss, this is pretty typical on any agreements there. Prorations, taxes will be prorated, so anything up to the closing date, you guys will be responsible for. Anything after that, we will. Same thing with utilities.
Right.
Any defects? You know, I've been doing this for quite some time now. This never really happens, but it's still part of the agreement. We're buying it as is, but obviously if there's any environmental, then that may change it. Assignable
In fact, when this house was first built, there was asbestos floor and tile in here. That was professionally removed, but Ida destroyed all the paperwork, so I can't give you a document.
Yeah, that's no problem. I mean, there's definitely some properties we bought that has asbestos, so that's fine. That's
so I can promise you that was the only asbestos in the house, and it's been completely mitigated.
wonderful. Wonderful. All right, so we're on the top page of page 3 now.
Yeah.
So assignable contract, like I mentioned to you before, if we do assign it, it doesn't change your price point. We just be able to assign it over if we have to. We want to make sure there's no judgments. Obviously, if there's any judgment, any other liens, we'll see that on title, which you said it's going to be clear anyway, so we don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
But
that was on my title.
Wonderful. In a small off chance that there's something, obviously we'll see it on title and title will reach out to you and we'll figure it out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Possession, we discussed that you guys can deliver this vacant, correct?
Yes, I can.
All right. So in other words, nothing else on the other agreements.
Nope.
State of Louisiana, time is of the essence, and the rest is just for your son to sign and for myself to sign. Once your son signs, I'll sign, and once I sign, then both of us will automatically get a copy of the fully executed document.
Wonderful. Well, I'll be getting this to him. He works until 5:30, so he won't be able to check anything until 6 o'clock his time, which is Central Time.
Yep, no problem. Completely understand. And then maybe if I don't hear anything by later this evening, I'll shoot you a quick text, and then you can text Aaron. Or I mean, I have his number. I can text him too later if I don't see anything by the evening time. Does that sound okay with you?
Yeah, perfect. And you should. I mean, by let's see, I've got to subtract 3 hours from that. So 7 minus 3, 12. By 4:30 your time, if you don't see anything, then there's something drastically wrong. Call me.
Okay, I will definitely do that. I'll put a big letter here. 4:30 p.m. Nothing. Call Amy.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, Amy. I think that was pretty straightforward. It's much better than the encyclopedia that the market does, right?
Exactly.
All right, perfect. All right, Amy, do you have any other questions? Any concerns?
I deeply appreciate the updated offer. It's so much better, and we can definitely work with this. It's not the exact and perfect, but it's something we can work with.
Absolutely. Oh, Amy, that is one thing that I forgot to ask you. You mentioned that you can send over some pictures over. When would you be able to do that?
I'll be able to do that this afternoon. In fact, I'm at the house right now. I had a plumber come and fix a minor leak.
Okay.
So the damaged flooring has been pulled up.
Okay.
And it's fixed. So everything is good to go. You're just going to see some missing floor tile.
No problem. So if you don't mind, I always ask for 2 angles per room zoomed out, right? Because I can always zoom in on the picture. So make sure it's zoomed out. 2 angles per room, all 4 sides of the exterior, the yard, and then the roof. Please, please, please do not get on a ladder. All I'm asking is maybe stand back a few feet back and then just point your camera towards the roof, just for me to be able to get a general idea of the roof. Okay.
You'll get a beautiful idea of the roof. It's easy to see.
Wonderful. Perfect. And that would help us out a lot, because then I can send that over to my contractors, and I can also send that out to my local partners as well.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Amy. I really appreciate you. And then once you have that, you can just send it over to this number. That would be great. All right.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Woo. So guys, if she was the owner of the property, she would have signed obviously right there. Her son owns the property. She is a realtor as well. And so everything goes through her. That's why we did that. Pretty much son says, as long as my mom says we're good, I'm good. Just have her review the contract, and pretty much he'll sign when and where she says to sign. So I think that was a good way to end the a 5.5-hour session. I believe I sent out 2 contracts today. That's being one of them. So I should get this signed, and I should get another signed as well. Simone, you said, what are the drip campaigns, and are they set up through the CRM? Yes. So whatever CRM you use, you should ask them how to set up the drip campaigns. They should be able to teach you or show you how to do it. I have mine set up. I started it with Cycle Sales, which is a white label of Go High Level. I've been using them for over a year, all year last year. I switched to Resimpli earlier this year because I got it for free from a fellow TU member who already paid for the whole year. So I wanted to give Resimpli a try, and needless to say, I will be going back to Cycle Sales when the year is over, which is in the next couple of months. So I know that's a long-winded, but yes, it will be. The point that I'm trying to make is your CRM should be able to do that. Sergio, how much will I be making on that? I talked to that's not Sergio. Hyro yesterday. So we should have anywhere from 12, maybe 18 on it. So 12 to 18. That's if we did everything right as far as ARV rehab and everything else. So we'll see how that goes. But we do have buyers there already. So local partners, that would be great. Platinum, you need to get a CRM as well. That's pretty heavy loaded. Quite a lot. I know you're making a statement, but I guess for me to respond to that, I don't know if you do, because one, I don't know how many what do you call it? How many leads you have? If you have less than 100, you absolutely do not need it. If you have less than 300, you don't need it. Even less than 500, you don't need it. That being said, if you have a W-2 and you want that drip campaign to work for you while you're working and really just see, be able to get someone to raise their hand, then yes, I would say you probably need it. But then it goes back to the question of, well, do you want to spend that money on a CRM or do you want to spend that money on leads, right? Because leads will get you paid, CRMs don't. So we can definitely have an offline conversation about that. I'll give you my honest feedback on it. And then at the end of the day, your money, your decision, you can decide on what would make sense for you. Yep, exactly. Cool. All right, guys. Let me know if you guys need anything else, but I am pretty beat. I haven't seen the sun yet. I've been working since 5 o'clock in the morning, and yeah, I need to go get some sun. So I'm gonna get going, guys. Smash that like button. I would really appreciate it. If you got any key takeaway here, guys, I would really appreciate it if you drop it in the comments. It would really just help me out, but also most importantly, it would help someone new who may come across my channel to be able to see those comments and see what they can learn from this channel. Okay, and if you're new, you haven't subscribed yet, if and only if you learned something today that you can use to help elevate your game, then subscribe. Really appreciate it. All right, guys, have a good one.